Well, that was great. Computer froze. Anyway, back to it. Get my chat pulled up here. She's amazing to have been able to do what she did, to make what must have been an excruciating decision, even if it was the right one. I don't think there are many people who could have followed through on that, racer or otherwise. I hate that the hard times clearly aren't over for her, but if you could just be there for her, I think she would like that very much. I don't mean to put that responsibility squarely on your shoulders, of course. Mr. Kincaid and the guild should be there for her too, but still. I mean, yeah? I wasn't going to give her the cold shoulder or anything. I won't make up for what I did 7 years ago, but I'd like to think I can be there for her in some way others can't. Sounds like she won't be back here for a while, though. She's got a ton left to do in Arasia. What's that look for? Not proactive enough, you think? Oh, don't mind me. I'm sure just knowing you want to comfort her would mean a lot in itself, really. Oh, okay. Each. Can't always please a teenager once they get to that age, I guess. Still. What is it? Why are you laughing? You lovebirds want to get a room? I didn't know you were all here. Is it time to leave then? You might want to get your eyes checked if you thought you were seeing hard eyes. I don't know. Did you hear anything special, Zeros? Not you too, Cotter. We were just making small talk, honest. I feel a little better now, to be honest. Our futures may still be uncertain, but for now, we can continue to take each day as it comes. That we can. And sorry, I shouldn't have said what I did earlier. Man. Our boss is such a little troublemaker. Don't sweat it. They say not being able to read the room comes with old age. You know... Oh. One day, you're going to realize I'm still in my prime. It's always the same with you two. Forget it. Let's just see what's on the docket for today. The Revolution Festival's 3 days out, and I wouldn't be surprised if the aftermath of Almada's destruction led to problems too. It's only 10:30 and there's a lot of us, so I think we can cover all the districts in this part of town by today, right? Right. Then let's get to work. Agnes, Fairy, and Aaron have joined the party. Select 2 additional members. Set achievements. Alright. Before we go anywhere, let's talk to people. I've heard that the Orbital Net is experiencing a lot more overhead with the festival nearing. And on top of that, they've started testing for compliance with the new range protocols. That might be throttling the network a little too. I'll have to adjust our network settings so that our service doesn't get interrupted. Oh, that reminds me. I found some weird lines in Theo and Zeros' activity logs. Evidently, they started communicating with animals. I never expected them to develop those kinds of routines, but I'm interested to see what comes of it. Interesting. Okay. We can get a special quartz right now. Let's
仮想戦闘シミュレ
Oh. Well then, that's not what I expected to be. Yikes.
この調子でいきましょう。ガンガン行くぞ。財布駆動。私が相手です。あとはお願いします。私にお任せを。アクセスブートアップバン様。上げていこうぜ。こいつは効くぜ。ここがこっちだ。そらそら。後期です。
450,000 HP.
上げていこうぜ。炎に我らに息吹を。
Oh, so her regular attacks can miss. It's just her skills that cannot.
全力でいきましょう。
Shocker.
ガンガン行くぞ。はあ、リゼット頼むぜ。見切れるか。望むところです。
Oh. Interesting.
ここが攻め時かと。
So my shield didn't get cancelled by duality.
ガンガン行くぞ。これは効きますよ。ここが攻め時かと。
No, it didn't. Okay.
ガンガン行くぞ。これは効きますよ。これは効きますよ。遅いです。燃え尽きろ。アローさん。ほらよ、暗いな。ここが攻め時かと。チャンスだ。覚悟を決めな。ダンダライスレイダー。こちらのターンです。ご容赦を。アクセスブートアップ。あれくれ。ランセス。借りは返すぜ。覚悟を決めな。ダンダライスレイダー。後期です。これは効きますよ。ここが攻め時かと。上げていこうぜ。ガンガン行くぞ。遅いです。 燃え尽きろ。この木は逃しません。
上げていこうぜ。
ご容赦を。コバルトカーテン展開。
無駄だ。なめんじゃねえ。
ブーストレベル最大。
ここが攻め時かと。
ほらよ、暗いな。
発動。
暗いやがれ。続けやバン。
炎の加護。
目にもの見せろ。呪いぜ。くらいよ。
シールド展
見切っ
この木は逃しません。ご容赦を。全力でいきましょう。
た。上げていこうぜ。
ご容赦を。
ガンガン行くぞ。リセット頼むぜ。
そこです。せーの。そこだ。ちくわフライご褒美です。これは効きますよ。これは効きますよ。
ガンガン行くぞ。
炎よ、我らの息吹を。
シールド展開。
What's that?
見切った。チャンスだ。
慎重に参りましょう。
覚悟を決めな。せい。ダンダライセイレイダー。クリアタイムだ。
ブーストレベル最大。
決まってけよ。暗いな。
炎の加護。
ほらよ、暗いな。
慎重に参りましょう。
発動。
今です。好機です。
出力最大だ。
託します。主役の出番ね。かと。
上げていこうぜ。ガンガン行くぞ。
これは効くわよ。
決めろジェネス。
来なさい。てりゃー。リゼットさん任せたわ。ご容赦を。アクセスブート。
チャンスだ。
慎重に参りましょう。
もらった。無駄だ。見切った。
こちらのターンです。おせおせでいくわよ。ご容赦を。
ガンガン行くぞ。上げていこうぜ。押せ。
フルでゆらゆら。
行くぜ。ほらよ、暗いな。決まってけよ。
ブーストレベル最大。発動。
オーソー連携。 こちらの番だ。
慎重に参りましょう。決めて。
呪いぜ。嫌いだ。
シールド展開。
この機は逃しません。おせおせでいくわよ。ご容赦。
ガンガン行くぞ。上げていこうぜ。リセット頼むぜ。
加速します。やージュリス様。
出力全開だよ。
ガンガン行くぞ。
お願いします。逃がさないわ。せーの。そこだ。つくをはるか。
チャンスだ。
やっちゃいなさい。慎重に参りましょう。
しまいにしようぜ。せい。ダンダライスレイダー。フィーバータイムだ。
ブーストレベル最大。
決まってけよ。
慎重に参りましょう。
バトンタッチだ。
お任せください。これはどうでしょう。おせおせでいくわよ。癒し部イノセントヒールされます。あれくれ乱殺。
上等だ。
慎重に参りましょう。
覚悟を決めな。せい。ダンダライスレイダー。任せた。リゼット。
ご容赦を。アクセスブーター。
Oh, just in time.
つくよにない我がたちが巨にして実立。そこだ。奥義霊月一戦。
Damn, that did some damage.
させません。
Wait, she gets another attack right after that? Bro,
チャンスよ。
what the hell?
出力全開だよ。
決まってけよ。
バトンタッチよ。引き受けました。
And she gets to go again. Are you kidding me? How fast is
こ
she?
の調子でいきましょう。ここが攻め時かと。
ガンガン行くぞ。
この調子でいきましょう。それ。
助かったぜ。
させません。あれくれ乱殺。加減はいたしません。ご容赦を。頑張ってください。コバルトカーテン展開。
チャンスだ。
炎の加護。
させるかよ。
こちらのターンです。この調子でいきましょ
ガンガン行くぞ。
う。全力でいきましょう。この調子でいきましょう。いやー、スタンです。そこです。後期です。これは効きますよ。炎よ、我らに息吹を。バーサ
こいつは効くぜ。
頼みます。
こっちだ。
させません。
見切った。
こちらのターンです。全力でいきましょう。今です。後期です。
ガンガン行くぞ。
託します。主役の出番ね。慎重に参りましょう。そこです。決めるよ。
What? Straight up killed her? Are you kidding me?
バイタル低下。危険な水準です。
体力が持たね
それ、アニエス様。
チャンスだ。こいつは効くぜ。
早く傷を癒さないと。
覚悟を決めな。せい。ダンダライスレイダー。
チャンスです。
最大です。
各種リカバーが必要かと。大丈夫ですか皆さん。大いに光の宴会に我らに息吹を与えたまえ。されます。
Ah, shit. I think I'm dead.
つくよによう我が立場虚にして実そこだ。奥義霊月せっ。
Oh, it didn't.
させません。
こちらの番だ。
慎重に参りましょう。やっちゃいなさい。
しまいにしようぜ。せい。ダンダライスレイダ
想像以上だ。
ー。鈴鹿ジュディス。
頑張ってください。大丈夫ですか皆さん。大いに光の宴会に我らに息吹を与えたまえ。サルメリスさん。この調子でいきましょう。 時かと。そこです。この機は逃しません。ご容赦を。アクセスブートアップ。
シールド展開。
チャンスだ。
おせおせでいくわよ。
そらそら。
決めるよ。加減はいたしません。ご容赦を。アクセスブートアップ。ジュリス様。慎重に参りましょう。そこでさせません。この機は逃しません。ご容赦を。頑張ってください。やっちゃいなさい。
決まってけよ。
これで決めます。はあ、やあ、終わりです。レディエンスシーガー。
チャンスだ。
この調子でいきましょう。おせおせでいくわよ。
しまいにしようぜ。せい。ダンダライスライダー。させるかよ。
いてつく風を。
Doesn't like those two.
気取るやつ。チャンスです。
ブーストレベル最大です。
決まってけよ。
やってみなさい。イノセントヒーローさんです。
こちらの番だ。
この調子でいきましょう。もらったわ。
続けジュリス。
バトンタッチよ。聞いてました。この調子でいきましょう。ユースビフアルアハブアンパスだ。させません。
見切った。
こちらのターンです。全力だよ。ご容赦を。アクセスブートアップ。させません。負けません。
ブーストレベル最大です。
全力でいきましょう。
ガンガン行くぞ。
ここが攻め時かと。
ドライブを開始します。
この調子でいきましょう。これは効きますよ。ここが攻め時かと。はあ、これで決めます。やあ、とどめです。イグニスランページ。バーサ全力でいきましょう。
こっちだ。
この機は逃し
I
ま
wasn't
せん
expecting the sun to come at that timing. Not that I'm going to complain.
全力でいきましょうそこですやさせません負けませんここが攻め時かと最大です
ガンガン行くぞ。
ドライブ開始全力でいきましょう
こいつは効くぜ。
ここです
I'm kind of shocked she didn't pull out the S-craft again. Yet.
ご容赦
ガンガン行くぞ。
Suppose there's still time.
全力でいきましょうこの調子でいきましょう今ですそれアニエス様させませんあれくれ乱殺好きにはさせません
ガンガン行くぞ。
遅いです燃え尽きろアニエスさん
ブーストレベル最大です。
全力でいきましょうドライ
There it
ブ
is.
遠からんものは音につくよになる我が立
The
場
problem is she attacks immediately after this again.
そこだ奥義霊月
上等だ。
ドライブを開始します。
Or usually she does.
慎重に参りましょう頑張ってください
しまいにしようぜ。サンダーライスレイダー。
それアニエスさん
That was one heck of a fight. Whew. Okay. That's done. Now we have a new forts. We're 6 fire at 4 time. Physical damage increases when HP is higher. Whew. Okay. I'll take that. That sounds like a good thing for Van. Though, perhaps it's better for Aaron.
メンテナンス開始。
Trying to figure out which. That's not really what I want. Use fire and have the best effect. Auto forte. Recharge. Avenging Arts. Was that one that counterattacks when your ally gets hit? Burst gain seems pretty good. Daybreak is amazing. Shield breaker. The fairy's like the only one that has
任せとけ。
a fire slot on the attack line.
属性専用スロットだ。新しいスキルだな。任せとけ。属性専用スロットだ。スキルが変更されたぞ。
メンテナンスモードに移行したわよ。スキル更新確認しておいて。
Alright. Now that's done. That's probably one of the hardest boss fights in the game, actually. I felt like I was like... keeping your bike in shape? Nice. Indeed, I had some free time on my hands, so I thought I might tune her up a little. I've been meaning to test her out. Let me know the next time you need to go out and I'll give you a ride. Lucky son of a... You'd better let me at her again sometime. Capiche? You'd be more than welcome now that you have a license. You know, Regard's kinda... he has this way of keeping Aaron in check. That takes care of the cleaning. I suppose I have the time for a quick ride. I do want to see your work done. If you need my help, you need only ask. What? It's got a check thing, but I can't check it while he's standing there, so it's like... I'm away from the booth. Please come back later. Don't try anything funny. I will catch you. That's weird. She's not here. Oh, I guess it is that time of week. She might be hanging out around the church. Wish I could find a darker spot. Too much light here. Huh? What? You got a problem? I ain't doing anything wrong, so piss off.
よっと
Come on, kid.
いらっしゃいませ。
Alright, what have we got here? Burned out lights in the 10th District High Street. District 2 has a building with faulty HVAC. Go figure, I'd have to trudge all the way out there. I'll tackle that after lunch. This time of year is always a mess. All the holidays and celebrations bring in all the jobs. It'd sure be nice if Rebecca could help with festival prep out in the field, but well, that's a no-go for obvious reasons. She can at least talk to people once she feels comfortable around them, but when she meets someone for the first time, it's like she's seeing a ghost.
いかがしましょう。またお越しください。
Oh, you can buy all the droplets here now. I see. $95,000 separate. Mira.
またお越しください。いかがしましょう。
Emerald. I was hoping I would be able to make some new high-level sepith, but it seems that is not the case. I do get a couple for Time, Space, and Mirage, but Action 3, Cast 3, that's expensive. Revelation. Arts range by 1. That is also expensive. Flex heat during command battles. Who did I give that to?
またお越しください。
そうですね
Surely it's gotta be on... No, it's not. What? Oh. Interesting. Okay. Hannah dropped by recently, and we got to catch up for a little while. Now that things have finally settled down, she's continuing her studies over at Sylvie's place. I'm glad for her. She really is strong-willed. I'd love to go and visit her, but, I can't. Not outside. I'm such a mess. Hannah's such a strong girl. She handles the outside just fine. Then look at me.
メンテする
Oh, I can straight up make them with sepith, okay. That's way cheaper than putting... Because to make Revelation is EP and hit 3, so that's 900 sepith. Space sepith. Specifically. Wow. I also have a lot of Time, Space, and Mirage sepith laying around. That is good. Need to take a look at people's orbits
また来
before
た
I
の
purchase any of those. I could do a couple of blind. actually. Let's see. Next. Hmm.
読んだ。メンテする？また。
任せとけ。
メンテナンスモードに移行しました。
てる。何でも言ってね。また来ても。
メンテナンス開始。
Hmm.
何でも言ってね。また
任せとけ。スキルが変更されたぞ。
てるから。
When are the fixers coming? I'm just beside myself. I need to sort this out with Curtis as soon as I can. Fixers, eh? I look 'em over on the billboard or something? I haven't checked the billboard yet. There. Oh, hey, is that the... Why, yes it is. I'd recognize that body anywhere. I've seen you once or twice in the neighborhood. And is it just me, or do you... I feel like I saw you somewhere else too. But where? I haven't the foggiest idea of what you're talking about. Don't tell me he's figured it out. That's it! There was this apprentice singer I met back when I was a young lad. Now it's coming back to me. I got to listen to her sing just this wonderful chanson. Knocked me off my feet. You look just like her, I swear. An apprentice, huh? Her mother? You might be thinking of someone else. What, that's it? No big backstory or anything? Lame. I don't like where this is going, but I couldn't tell you why. I'll just butt out. I was just a young man at the time, and heavens, she had me wrapped around her finger before I could say bravo. She made her debut around that time, and then her career just exploded overnight. She's a real big shot now. To me, she'll always be that humble girl I saw on that little old stage. Wait, that sounds like... Oh dear. I don't want to open that can of worms, so I'll keep quiet. Anya was just over the moon this morning. Apparently they're doing some special class at Sunday school today. As a parent, I'm happy to see the school so engaged with its students. I appreciate how they tweak and refine the lesson plans as they go. Anya may be wise beyond her years, but she still has much to learn. I want her to soak up everything she can while she's still young and curious.
さてと。
入浴か。
I love how it's still Anya's mother is her name.
汗が悪くはねえ。
これはかなりの暑さですね。
Every time, ma'am.
リフレッシュできました。さっぱりしたみたいね。
Over these last 2 weeks, I've made a point of being an ear for the townsfolk's troubles. I believe that is the first step towards overcoming their woes. Having someone who will listen can help them open up and understand themselves better. A broken heart does not easily mend. Many still carry those wounds inside them, unseen and untreated. I wish to give them a shoulder to lean on, an ear for their troubles. I wish to heal them, not just as a clergyman, but as a neighbor and a friend. Today's Sunday school session was a rousing success due in no small part to Sister Miria. She's grown much in her time with the church. I think she might be ready to take on more responsibility. I asked Jin for her help with today's special lesson, and I'm glad I did. She just has so many fascinating stories to tell. I learned a thing or two myself. And my goodness, the kids had so many curious questions for her at the end. I knew I was right to ask her. That's an interesting choice to teach a class. Anya's probably the most fascinated. Okay, so the Revolution Festival is coming up, right? The Revolution Festival? Of course it is, you little brats. Remember the date. What's up with her? History is just, I don't know. I don't like it. But then, my mom and dad named me after Sheena Dirk, of all people. How am I supposed to fill her shoes? I just want to be an ordinary girl. Why did mom and dad have to name me after her? You'll stick with that name and you'll like it. You ungrateful little... Sorry. I wish I had a name like a book character, not some old history thing. But Jin makes history really interesting. Her stories don't feel like a class at all. I'll try and pay attention today. Oh, Miss Gin, I have a question. Have you always been running a candy shop? I sell tobacco, not candy. It ain't for kids, you hear? Back then, though, well, can't get too deep into that. I was pretty popular, is all I'll say. Oh, Grandpa told me about that. So, Mommy was telling me about rivers she wants to buy. What does Riverside Market mean? Oh, you mean Riverside Market, little lady. Center March came up around the same time. Nowadays, it's split up into these 9 districts. Miss Jin tells some really cool stories. Want to hear them? We'd love to, but we're in the middle of work. You'll have to share them with us later. Be a good girl and listen closely for us, okay? Okie dokie. Jin, huh? All I really know about her is that she's stubborn as a mule. But she's pretty fun to listen to. She's lived a lot and seen a lot, so she's got plenty of stories to tell. And then my hat's off to Sister Miria, too. She planned the whole thing. So, back when they had to rezone everything, they gave each area a number. At the time, the main way of getting around was by horse and carriage, so the numbers made everything easier to understand. And that's why Vantail, with all the government offices, was given the number 1. Ooh, so the numbers were added later. That makes sense. Pretty good with kids for a spinster. What's that supposed to mean, Sonny? Go on, scram. Don't you got better things to do? Yeesh, how'd I end up babysitting a bunch of kids? Well, whatever. I'll just ramble on for a bit and send them home. Give me my paper. No bats. Organization behind Krail Village incident crushed. Government officials held a press conference today in which they stated the anti-government organization Almata had been fully exposed and its leading members were taken into custody, effectively destroying the organization. It was also revealed that Almata was behind the devastating terrorist attack on Krail Village, bringing an end to the investigation of the incident as well as the national state of emergency. The Almata organization is a mafia based in Meseldam that has shown rapid expansion in recent years. Investigators have stated that the organization had been amassing large amounts of mira after a change in leadership led to the mafia shamelessly indulging in illegal activities such as drug and human trafficking, which it had avoided under its previous leaders. This, coupled with additional funding from several unknown sources, allowed the organization to obtain state-of-the-art weapons such as the one that destroyed Krail. However, many mysteries about the organization remain unsolved, such as why a group getting rich off criminal activities would suddenly attack a rural village. Almata was also involved in the bombing of the Vashtar Palace ruins in Arasion on November 22nd, with several members being arrested on the outskirts of the city. Almata's leader, Gerard Dantes, is believed to have been caught in the collapse of the ruins, though at the time of writing the debris is still being excavated. If he is found alive, then he will be arrested again on charges of drug and human trafficking, as well as general and specific cases of destruction of property. He will also be questioned once more regarding his activities during the terrorist attack on Krail. As this case comes to a close, we ask our readers to keep in mind the heroic efforts of brave contributors from the police force, bracers, and CID, as well as certain civilians who wish to remain anonymous at this time, all of whom work together towards this resolution. Revolution Festival to be held on schedule. With the terrorist attack on Krail and subsequent national state of emergency, many were concerned that the festival would be postponed. However, thanks to the early resolution of the incident, the festival is set to open on December 3rd as planned. Aside from the addition of a special memorial ceremony for those lost in Krail, the event will follow the originally proposed schedule. The celebrations at this year's Revolution Festival are set to be the greatest the country has ever seen, with spending on the event already at 1.3 times more than last year. The Office of the President has been directly involved in directing the presentations and performances, and word has it the Republican Army will be exhibiting some of its next-generation weaponry. Stock prices have skyrocketed ahead of the festival, with many foreign investors riding their hopes on it as well. Experts who have run sample calculations indicate the total profits from the event, including secondary effects of the festival, could reach upwards of 80 billion mira, more than making up for the economic losses the country incurred last month. The announcement of the festival's opening seems to have lifted the gloomy atmosphere that has clouded our great republic since the recent tragedy. We pray this festival will ring in a new year of hope for the country. Heads of major Eurasion corporations taken in string of arrests. There's not a citizen in Calvard who doesn't recognize the name ETWS and Quincy. The former is a prestigious brand that sentence doesn't make sense. The former is a prestigious brand that has established itself in the world of Orbal automobiles, while the latter is a major confectionery brand. Both have their headquarters in the ancient city of Eurasion. Both are also headed by descendants of the elite aristocracy of the old Calvard kingdom. Yet on November 22nd of this year, authorities took the heads of both of these prestigious companies into custody. According to sources within the Eurasion police, both Edmond Auclair, CEO of the Quincy Company, and Benoit Dalty, president of ETWS, had been illegally funneling funds to anti-immigration groups for over a decade. The police also discovered that the companies had been providing funds to the anti-government organization Almata for several years. After the initial arrests of Auclair and Dalty, monetary connections between anti-immigration as well as anti-government groups by many prominent business owners and investors were discovered, leading to a string of arrests that set shockwaves throughout various sectors. The fact that two of the greatest companies in Eurasion would indirectly support isolationist sentiment and terrorist acts by backing anti-immigration and anti-government organizations is already unthinkable, but it is even more appalling that their funding has flowed into the pockets of the Almata, the same group that committed one of the most horrifying attacks in our history. Following these revelations, stock prices on all Eurasion-affiliated companies plummeted, even for companies that were not directly involved in the scandal, leaving the Eurasion Trust Bank scrambling to respond. Authorities are currently investigating how money began flowing from these companies to anti-immigration groups as well as Almata. It seems all we can do is wait for the honor of Eurasion to be restored through the full disclosure of these details. The fact that Edmond Auclair, CEO of the Quincy Company, is the father of Calvard A-rank bracer Elaine Auclair has also become a recent topic of conversation. According to sources, Miss Auclair attempted to resign her position as a bracer as a way of taking responsibility for the crimes of her family. However, considering it was Miss Auclair herself who arrested her father, and taking into account her many heroic deeds, the guild refused her resignation, allowing her to retain her position. Mr. Hazel, a representative of Edith's Bracer Guild, revealed to our reporters, "We are getting loads of letters every day expressing support for Elaine and the way she is facing up to the crimes her father committed." As expected, the people are still looking forward to Miss Auclair's future exploits. Special feature. Spotlight on Edith's 3rd District. There's one place in the capital that has shown more excitement for the festival than any other over the last few years. As many readers may have already guessed, it's the 3rd District, where the gorgeous Trion Tower stands. You may be aware of the numerous special events held in the 3rd District in recent years, such as the Edith Girls Collection, EGC, along with the booming Trion Mall, its massive commercial center. But do you know how the 3rd District got started on this economic boom it now enjoys? The 3rd District was restructured over 40 years ago in preparation for the construction of Trion Tower. The tower was designed by the one and only Dr. Epstein and functions as both a meteorological observation tower as well as one of the few orbital transmission towers on the continent, supporting the infrastructure of orbital communications in Calvard. Since then, the district has been the center of attention, with various shows and lectures being held at the theater constructed at the base of the tower. Around a decade ago, this theater was also renovated into Trion Hall, where an even greater variety of shows such as musical performances and the EGC are now held, drawing even more fame to the district. 3 years ago, we saw the opening of the Trion Mall, also located at the foot of the tower. Thanks to a unique approach to gathering merchants, the mall is now constantly full of happy shoppers. This year, visitors to Trion Hall can look forward to the annual EGC event held on the evening of the Revolution Festival, as well as a New Year's Eve music festival held every year on December 31st. With the Revolution Festival on its way, it seems the 3rd District will be shining even brighter than usual. Huh? You telling me the dog speaks cat? That's whack. And he got himself into the neighborhood kitty clique, too. Looks like Mr. Kitty's higher up on the food chain. Everybody's got their gremlins, I guess. Oh, it's just terrible, terrible news. The Revolution Festival has been delayed. You serious? Because a ghost from 130 years past has risen from the grave and rent the Vantail district asunder. No way. It's taken the president hostage. The government has sent Judith to negotiate. What? First I've heard of it. This is, well, yeah. Man, these stories are getting kind of old. Ever thought about writing a book, Grandma? You're good at fiction. Did my story not land? I thought I would get more of a rise out of you than that. Yeah, you learn to pick up on it. I know that stuff is fun for you, but don't go overboard, okay? I'll just have to think of something more impactful next time. Something more upfront shocking. I'd better polish my skills before the festival, lest I sully the big mum's good name. Good for you, Granny. I'll steer well clear of that.
さて
Eddie came back home the other day, but he told me he's just crashing here. Turned his nose up to helping out around the house. What's that boy thinking? He's just roaming the streets without a thought in that head of his. Well, I've tried all I can. I guess I have to just let him be.
さあさあ見るのはただだよいつでも
Anyhow, if there's anything you need, I can ring you up here. With the festival coming up, it's a good idea to buy your gifts and other stuff early. You never know when the rush will hit. Drew the jacket cover for Jess's new record. It's not exactly high art, but I heard it's getting good reviews. Here's hoping it gives his sales a little shot in the arm. Oh, right, my actual job. Feel free to take some flowers with you if you're so inclined.
またお越しくださいませ。
スケジューラーを起動したわ。気が利いてるわね。
I'm only going to be able to do 4 of those. Today's the day. My record's on the shelves now. My big debut's done and over with, but I'm still just as restless as I was before. Maybe I should hit up the record stores and see what people think. I do kind of want to see Raymond's jacket cover in action. The plan is to put on a little show tonight to celebrate my debut. It'll be at the usual spot, the Blue Score. The owner there has really helped me out. I'll need to give this performance my all. It's the least I could do to repay his kindness. Alright.
さて
I'll come back to that. Let's go to the cinema and watch my movie before I forget.
向かうぞ。
This has been a rather eventful year, to be certain, especially with last week's tragedy. Yet somehow the festival will carry on, it seems. Now then, what should I watch today? This year has seen its fair share of worthwhile films, so picking one won't be easy.
そうだな。
That Gloria film is all the rage again, now that the Revolution Festival is almost here. Frankly, I still can't help but feel that it's wrong to have an Easterner playing Sheena Dirk. Although, people my age have had good things to say about her performance. Maybe I'll go see the movie so I can pick it apart. You're a piece of shit. Only a week has passed since that horrible event, and we've already amassed an astonishing amount of donations. As soon as we announced that we'd be donating a portion of our revenue, a good number of people came to visit. Witnessing this level of generosity makes me feel truly grateful that I get to be a part of this industry, humble as it is. On another note, Rainfall is premiering on schedule. I'd highly recommend watching that. The heart-wrenching romantic drama with elaborate set designs and nuanced character portrayals. Trust me when I say it's nothing short of a masterpiece. I cannot sing its praises enough. I missed out on Gloria when it came out, but now I've finally seen it. Nina Fenley was an awesome Sheena Dirk. She's the best. I learned a whole bunch from that movie. There were things about the Revolution that they didn't teach us in Sunday school. It's my favorite movie I've seen all year. I loved it. It's a relief that Edith's back to his peaceful self. People can now enjoy our movies without fear and anxiety weighing on their minds. In fact, we were able to premiere Rainfall this week like we had originally planned. I'm so glad we were able to make that work. I hear there's been debate within the film industry as to whether studios should hold off on announcing new releases. But with that whole thing behind us, I hope more films will be hitting theaters before long. Question is, who do I take? I could take Fairy, and that will level her up. Glad I maxed out Dingo, because Yeah. Wait, Shizuna is on there? Okay. That's unexpected. I think I'll take Fairy and Potter. Three high schoolers sneak into an old mansion looking to use it as a setting for their independent horror film. Lance is the star actor, Joshua is the cameraman, and Emily is the screenwriter. Each dutifully fulfills their role, and the filming progresses without incident. However, a strange phenomenon occurs as they begin shooting the final scenes.
ああ、今朝はなんともなかったけどな。消えちまった。おい、何も見えないぞ。早くライト。ランス？おや。何か言ったか、エミリー。おい、エミリー！ランスが大変なことに！遊ぼうよ、ジョシュ。
There's nothing scarier than an enemy you can't even see. They're so tough to deal with. You can't ambush them and you can't do any diversions either. It sucks. That's what you were thinking about the whole time? To be clear, you do understand it was all made up, right? None of that was real. So, I've got to be prepared in case we ever encounter any ghosts. Who knows when or where we might find one. But don't worry, Van. If that ever happens, I'll protect you. You and everybody else, okay? Okay. Appreciate you watching our backs, Fairy. Guess I'll take this over her coming out of it super spooked, at least. Anybody reasonable would recognize that visiting such an old mansion in the middle of the night isn't without its own risks. And yet, I'm embarrassed that movie still managed to scare so much despite knowing what those characters were in for. Yeah, I was keeping an eye on you during the movie and you look pretty... real spooked at times, that's for sure. Really? It was that obvious? I feel bad now. Sorry if you were too scared to have much of a good time back there. I tried keeping my arm on the armrest so you could hold on to it if you needed, you know. I wouldn't have minded. That's okay. You really didn't have to do that. You really didn't have to go to that much trouble. I swear, Van. Hey. Okay. Go. X plus 5. Check out the rest of the Tyrell district while we're here. It's good to see the city full of life again, and not a minute too soon with the Revolution Festival coming up. I've got to hunker down and get ready. Revolution Festival this year is going to be so big, I hear celebrities and movie industry bigwigs are going to be in this area. And when they come through here, you bet I'm going to try to sell them not just my popcorn, but how much I love the movies they all make. Good luck with that, bud. Glad things have settled down now. I still can't believe it was the Quincy Company president behind all that. That company has so much history behind it. I knew he personally had ties to nationalists and stuff, but to be in bed with the mafia? But don't let that ruin their sweets for you. It's important to remember that Quincy's management and manufacturing are somewhat separated. The president might suck, but their sweets did nothing wrong. None of this changes the fact that they're amazing and made by true artisans. Even so, I can't help but feel regret over what's happened. I ate their sweets on occasion and learned plenty of stuff for my own work. I really hope the Quincy Company is able to turn things around and get away from the president and his family. Their sweets are as popular as ever. Nobody should blame the sweets for what happened, or the people involved with actually making them. They were just doing their jobs.
いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。
どれどれ。そうだな。
Mariel's on a roll. She broke the stories about the end of that mafia gang and the arrest of that big-time president. She's becoming one heck of a reporter. It's kind of unbelievable. I mean, I know she couldn't have done it all on her own or anything, but it's still pretty astonishing. In any case, I think Dingo can rest in peace knowing Mariel's doing okay. Oh, it's you guys. Great job, everyone. You all really saved the day back in Arasion. Thanks, you were a big help too. Without you, I doubt we would have been able to get all those kids on the airship. I've noticed you've been keeping busy lately. Yeah, you could say that. I had a lot of investigating to do once those revelations about Arasion came to light. And it was all worth it in the end. I feel like I'm finally making a difference. Good for you. Now Dingo's got one less thing to worry about up there. I sure hope so. If I'm that much closer to becoming the sort of reporter he was, I'll take it. This article has brought me one step closer to his level. Even the editor-in-chief complimented me on it. I just wish I could have said something to him before he was gone. What am I even saying? Dingo's never going to be able to rest in peace if I let myself get hung up on what-ifs. Mariel's write-up blew me away. She really put my stuff to shame. As someone who mentored her, I feel proud seeing her come so far, but she also makes me feel like I could be doing better. I need to get my act together and step up my game. If I'm not going to be able to see my sister, then the least I could do is put out some killer articles for the Revolution Festival. San is that girl from that trio that hangs around this district. That's his sister. Where are they? There she is. It is so lively today. We gotta get in there and live it up too. We can't be missing out on all the fun. I don't know about you guys, but when I'm around this kind of atmosphere, it gets me so pumped. I'm glad to see you're back to your usual self, Sam. I mean, when you get down to it, letting my race and stuff hold me back just isn't my style, you know? Besides, I've got you and Peter, and Chen's back on his feet doing what he does best. I feel like I'd be an awful friend to you guys and him if I let myself stay down in the dumps forever like that. There's the San we know and love. Things just aren't the same without you being all happy and full of life. Yeah, I'm glad none of that has left any scars on you or anything. But enough serious talk. Who wants to go bowling, huh? Nothing more refreshing than knocking down some pins at a time like this, am I right? I'm in. Let's go. Sure. I could probably use the exercise, honestly. Huh? I knew San would be game, but you're actually agreeing with one of my ideas just like that? I don't even know what's happening anymore. This better not be an omen that something weird's going to happen. The others are right. Whatever anyone else has to say, there's no point in me doing or thinking anything different if I'm not being true to myself. It feels so silly letting myself get so worked up after my brother mentioned what happened in Krail was possibly racially driven. I'm relieved to see San's feeling better. But I suppose it is true that things aren't always going to stay the same between us three. That's just not how life works. I need to start making more of an effort to understand where she's coming from. As her friend, it's the least I could do. Well, if San's doing better now, maybe it's about time I sucked it up and tried to talk to my dad. Relieved everything got resolved before the Revolution Festival, means the EGC at the end of the year can go on as planned, which means I've got a job to do, and that job is to find some outstanding models. Specifically, some fresh blood capable of spearheading the trends next year that'll be on display at the EGC. Something tells me that now might be a good time to retrace my steps and search for some hidden gems in places that I overlooked before. Take that statue across the way. Lots of girls like to hang out there, but I wrote it off since nobody I saw made a strong enough impression on me. But looking at it again with a sharper focus, I do see an Eastern young woman who certainly looks to have potential, just being in her element. I'm embarrassed I didn't notice her sooner. This goes to show that I still have more to learn about the job, even after all these years. Talking about San, gonna try and turn her into a model. Nothing like a good book on crimes to sink my teeth into. I almost can't believe the Quincy Company and ETWS had ties to the Mafia. I mean, they're enormous companies. How could organizations as big as them have such deep ties to the underworld, right? That's crazy. But that's one of the fun things about reading crime stories. The best ones always have a little dishonestness that betray your expectations. Oh, in case you were wondering, the book I'm reading now is a summary of all the white papers on crime that the police put out every year. I'm breezing straight through it, but it's still a pretty fun read. So, like, I guess they put out, what do you call them? Man, my brain's failing me today. The city might be calm again, but it won't be for long, in a good way. That's because the Revolution Festival's right around the corner. Charles told me that the cafe gets hectic every year. I say bring it on. I'll show our customers what I'm made of as a part-time pro. I've survived my fair share of busy periods at other places before. Nothing scares me. This cafe will be just fine on my watch come festival time. Okay. Soul's probably going to eat her words. Nothing makes me happier than to see peace return to the city so that everyone can enjoy the Revolution Festival in peace. We must not take this tranquility with which we're blessed for granted. After all, we can never get back the lives that were lost in this tragedy. Certainly, it's renewed my commitment to offering the people of this city a place where they can truly feel safe, comfortable, and content.
ようこそまたのお越しをお待ちしております。
We really have to give thanks to Arusha for keeping our son and me safe, as well as bringing peace back to the city. I was so scared and full of worry for a while there. The only thing that helped me keep everything together was this wonderful cafe. When you're somewhere unfamiliar, having even just one place where you can calm down and relax when you need it makes all the difference. I think my mummy's feeling better now, and so is everyone else in the city. The lady and the priest at my Sunday school, they're so happy about the Revolution Festival. That's about to happen. We have festivals in El Sayin too. I love them. I wonder what festivals are like in this country. Where's your kitty cat? There he is. Looks like he's back to his normal self, maybe? He does look like he's mellowed out. But I can tell that part of him's still keeping his guard up. I don't know what you and your agency have been up to, but it looks like the worst is behind both of us, knock on wood. For our part, the police was tasked with tracking down associates of Amara, although that part's wrapped up for the time being. You know, Karen was starting to worry about you when she didn't see you around here. I wouldn't say I was worried about them, just concerned about any complications it could have led to, that's all. I'll put it like this, we certainly had our own work to do in that whole situation too, which we've now sorted out. That said, can't say I envy you guys having to jump straight down to hunting down the remnants of those goons right after dealing with the Declaration. Well, we might have been part of the crackdown, but we didn't do all that much ourselves. We mostly shoot off onlookers and ask locals for their cooperation when we went and searched through citizens' homes. Yeah, it was the CID who handled the lion's share of things, as usual. If anything, now that things have settled down, the Revolution Festival might turn out to be more hectic for us when it's all said and done. Now that the Mafia crackdown's mostly behind us, our attention's finally starting to turn towards the Revolution Festival. This country's been through a lot this year. We've got to do everything we can to ensure the people of the city can enjoy themselves safely. During the alert, the locals here were all good about maintaining order and following the rules. I'm sure we'll count on them to help us out during the festival too, which means our main focus ought to be on the tourists coming to town. Now that the state of emergency has been lifted, stock prices are rebounding. I think we have our president to thank for that. He's been doing some wheeling and dealing with businesses, and he announced the culprit behind the attack on Krail. I don't know what'll happen to this country once the reparation money stops coming in, but I have a feeling he's got a plan for that. Yeah, I do too, and I don't know if it's going to be good. Books on Sheena Dirk and the Revolution have been selling like gangbusters the last couple of days. I'm taking it as a sign that people are staying positive and trying to look forward to the festival after everything that's happened. As tragic as the incident in Krail was, we can't stay down in the dumps forever. We have to keep moving forward little by little. So I've decided it's high time that this store goes all in on this Orbital Net thing. Maybe I'll open up a website for us. I could even set up a newsletter so people can keep tabs on all the latest happenings. In fact, I went ahead and bought the newest Orbital computer model. Now I just need to master it ASAP so I can make the most of it. Oh, it's right there on the desk. Right here. I get the feeling that this store is going to change a lot in the next game.
あら、いらっしゃい。またいつでもどうぞ。
They say that Mafia is behind all sorts of incidents everywhere, not just what happened in Krail Village in Arasion. Apparently they had a number of businesses working under their umbrella right here in Edith too, and they weren't necessarily on the level either. Yeah, and once they got exposed, you started to see empty buildings suspiciously crop up left and right. I'd hate to be those real estate agents. But what I'm more interested in is a certain sweets maker over in Arasion. If it was just a case of the president having ties to those nationalists, it wouldn't be that shocking. The guy sure loves to act like a noble. Yeah, but working with Armada like that? They're not the only big company caught up with them. So is ETWS. But it sure must not be easy being Elaine Auclair right now. You could say that again. The whole thing just leaves a real bad taste in my mouth. Man, all this heavy stuff's getting me down. Wendell, you should go out and find something chill for us to talk about. I need me a change of pace. I'm not at your beck and call, Sloth. I'd heard rumors before about just how pompous a lot of the rich in Arasion are. They might have businesses making sweets or cars or whatever, but to them, they're nothing more than a way to get themselves and their family wealthy. Even with land and assets behind them, they couldn't care less about the businesses. That's how their weaknesses get preyed on, I bet. I happen to hear that Elaine Auclair once tried to quit being a bracer. I guess I can see where she's coming from. It's probably a big responsibility. She has so many fans, though, they'd be let down if she ever did. I bet it's not all bad, though. Like, the tabloids like BuzzRadar haven't had anything bad to report about her. That's gotta count for something. This madness again? Give me a break. Well, I was out sick for a while. I suppose I could do whatever she wants for the time being. Ah, welcome. May I take your order? Is there something on the menu that catches your eye? Getting played by the waitress again. She has to say. I decided to play a little prank on Calhan. He took a whole week off work. When he came back, I piled a bunch of my neglected chores onto him. He seems to be doing better, but I'm taking over table waiting duty. That way he doesn't have to walk around a bunch. Aren't I nice? Yeah, but you gave him a bunch of extra work, so I don't think you're that nice.
よっと
We may have dealt a decisive blow to Almada, but they haven't been fully eradicated. However, it should only be a matter of time before the remnants are rounded up. Once that happens, the balance of power in the underworld is sure to shift. I can't wait to see who ends up on top. I mean, it's kind of obvious it's going to be Heiyue, no? Saying you can't wait to see. We were not able to explore the Albert district before. Oh, there's a sub event here, okay. We only came here to go to the abandoned subway request. Revolution Festival is almost upon us. I can't be all depressed at a time like this. I've been pretty down ever since I heard the news, but it does lift my mood a little seeing all the students enjoy themselves. Young people's happiness is so infectious, isn't that funny? We need to set an example as adults. Kids won't be able to greet the new year right if we're all gloomy. These dears are always willing to get close to me when I'm anxious. I guess even kittens can tell how people feel. Ishino. Hey Ishino. Funny to see you in front of Aramis. Oh, right. I was looking for a good spot, and I suppose I just ended up here. The location is nice and quiet, and the view is just lovely. Not only that, but my food is actually quite popular with the students. Well, of course, you want a snack after classes. You get hungry after so long. No, I think you just don't eat enough, small fry. I imagine the sports club members are especially appreciative. The location is nice and quiet, and been looking for a good spot to set up during the Revolution Festival, and this might just be it.
こんにちは
New drink.
どうもです
Basically, you tried your luck with a bunch of girls and had zero luck. So now you're in desperate need for someone to spend the festival with. This is ridiculous. Unsurprising, but ridiculous all the same. What are you even planning? Come on, man. A sausage party is better than being all alone. Also, you know, extra manpower means extra sex appeal, yeah? The ladies will be flocking to us during the festival. Unbelievable. Well, unfortunately for you, I made arrangements with the student council. I suspect Julian will also be busy. No, actually, I don't have any plans. I was hoping to have someone show me around the festival impact. Maybe you would be willing to? Real? You, who could have your pick from all the hot babes at school, is choosing to go with me? Thanks, man. Julian, I frickin' love you. You are utterly incomprehensible. I'm afraid the student council will be busy discussing other matters at length, so we won't have time for much else. Oh yeah, is that right? Can't bear to break a promise to a pretty lady, eh, Casanova? Stop teasing me. I didn't mean it like that. What are they talking about? She's just completely oblivious. Anyway, we'll be busy during the school festival. Besides, it's an important day for the Republic. I don't think it's appropriate to spend it so irreverently. I ain't buying that for a sec, but I guess I'll lay off. Not a boring day with Lyle around. This is my first Revolution Festival, so I'm hoping to get to really see the sights. Gotta make sure to make a lot of memories to share with my friends back at the Empire.
さて
Julian's such a chick magnet, it's unreal. How does he do that? I know, I'm gonna mooch off of, I'm gonna show him around the festival and learn all his secret techniques.
よっと
Probably because he doesn't care about chicks. Thank you for your time today. Of course, good work today, everyone. I know the Revolution Festival is almost here, but don't get too excited. Be safe on your way home. You look real cheery today, Miss Sonia. Something good happened? I think Miss Sonia is more pumped for the festival than we are. She's got a date, I bet. Oh goodness, not at all, I assure you. Anyway, be safe everyone. Don't want to get hurt and waste all your hard work for the winter tournament. A blind date on the exact same day as the festival, that's impeccable timing. Oh, how romantic. I guess the goddess hasn't given up on me yet after all. She got blackout drunk after her last date went sour.
部外者立ち入り禁止か。まあ当然だわな。
今日は休日なので学生も少ないですね。
Oh, hello, Agnes. You busy with that part-time job you mentioned? Hello, Mr. Powell. Yes, that's right. You're Agnes's teacher? You look very smart. Mr. Powell teaches history and is in charge of the second-year students. I don't know how smart I really am, but I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have. If I know the answer to them, at least. Oh, you're... Arkride? Van Arkride? Huh? If you're familiar with Van... Man, figured you would have forgotten all about me already. Nice seeing you, Mr. Powell. Forgotten? Impossible. You don't just forget students as special as you, Van. It's been 7 long years. I am glad that, despite everything, you seem to be doing well. I'm doing fine, thanks. Though I guess I made shit real rowdy around here, huh? Sorry about that. Not at all. I do wish I'd been able to do more for you as your teacher. But I guess it's too late for such regrets by now, isn't it? If there's anything I can do for you now, I hope you know you just have to ask. Appreciate it, but I really am fine. Thanks for the thought, though. Hadn't even occurred to me that Van might have been one of Mr. Powell's students. So Van studied at Aramis? That's new. He did sort of give me that feel. He's just full of surprises, eh? Indeed. He will hopefully be open to discussing it with us sometime in the future. Hopefully before the end of this game. So Agnes is working for you then. What a small and wonderful world we live in, but I'll leave you to it. I'm relieved you seem well. I look forward to you visiting if you ever feel like it. Sure, take care of yourself, Mr. Powell. Keep an eye on Agnes too. Van's acting just like Abby. That's embarrassing.
そうですね。
Then he wonders why Aaron teases him. Even if the perpetrators were captured, what happened in Krail cannot be undone. I'd been there a few times before, since I used to be border patrol. I risked my life to defend that place and to think about what happened to it. That's a horrifying weapon that the Mafia used. First it was Crossbell's new weapon from last year, and now this. How much farther will we take these ghastly weapons? At this rate, I hope we don't end up destroying the entire continent. That's a very distinct possibility the way things have been going. Who's a good boy? Oh, yes, it's you. Come on, Apollo. Let's take a walk around the neighborhood. What's that? You want to go play with your friend? Okay, we'll stop by at the end of the walk. Okay, we've got finals after the festival, and we've got to start planning the school festival after that. Both the student council and my clubs will keep me very busy. Aw, I'd finally forgotten all about exams. Why did you have to remind me? Things will be real hectic for you, huh? Make sure you don't miss the Revolution Festival. We can take great inspiration from it for our own school festival. Excellent idea. I've little experience of planning events like these, but I'll endeavor to make sure this tea party's most exquisite. I was hoping you'd hold a candle to Genus after my transfer, or to Thor's, considering all I've learned from Cheetah. Agnes, Odette, Sasha, I have high hopes for you. Oh, I don't like that. This is gonna be weird, I can feel it. I'm gonna be busy anyway, but seeing Ren get so into this is a little scary. Well, we don't have time to dawdle. Onwards, you guys, to the new year. Of course. Isn't Ren being a little scary? She looks pretty serious about this. Let's pull through this, Agnes. We can't let this or exams win. Yes, we'll get through this together, Odette. Man. Alright, student council, let's get back in gear. There's a lot of club events coming up, but I think I'll prioritize getting the basketball club ready for this winter's nationals. I'm their captain, after all. It's on me to lead them to victory. Arama's student body is sharper than I gave them credit for. Quite a delightful tea party we have on our hands. I was hoping they'd hold a candle to Genus after my transfer, or to Thor's, considering all I've heard from Kita. Of course. Well, that's comforting, but also laying the pressure on a little thick. My ardent passion shone through today as I bought one of Holland's masterpieces. Holland endeavors wholeheartedly every day to deliver us the sweetest treats. It's our duty as customers to put our body and soul into purchasing and enjoying his confections. Okay. Why, hello, Agnes, and... why, it's Van. Van, you rascal, I haven't seen you in quite some time. I guess it would make sense that you'd know Holland. Considering what you'll do for their treats, it's really no surprise you'd come before, Van. Yeah, but I haven't been around in a long while. How the hell do you still remember me? It's my job. My customers' gratitude carries me forward in the art of confectionery. I make the best sweets for their enjoyment. And no one enjoys them as much as you do. I could never forget someone so passionate for my sweets. There's something nice about being remembered, even if I haven't been here in forever. You haven't lost your touch. I've had stuff from Andalusia since, and it's still great. I think I'll swing by more often if I have the time. Feel free to do so. Regulars like you make getting up in the mornings worth it. Though I never would have imagined that the two of you would walk through my door together. Wait, was that package Anya's bought this summer for you? That's a good guess. Small world out there, huh? Well, I'll be busier than ever since the festival's almost here, but I don't want you taking that as an excuse not to come by. Sure thing, man. I'll fit in a visit or two. This year's been rough, but I wasn't expecting to cap it off by seeing an old regular. I don't know what you've been up to since I last saw you, but I do remember you very well from back then. Even though you always looked embarrassed to be here, you'd have the biggest smile anytime you ate anything.
何か買っていくかい?
Oh, there's a bulletin board here, but it's not being used. Oh. Okay. Let's see. That's quite big. Welcome to the Edith Grand Cathedral. We're currently holding a memorial mass for Crail Village. There will also be a memorial service during the festival. Many will come to pay their respects then. It isn't terribly busy right now, which might be ideal for those of a weary heart that might want to mourn in a more reserved manner. I do wonder whether Sister Philia will be able to handle things, what with the large ceremony coming up. Sister Philia confessed this morning, but I'm not sure what it was about. Still, her faith is unquestionable. I'm sure she will overcome it. I'm curious about that too. Probably had to do with Belicia. Prince Sharid, who's come for the Revolution Festival, is staying in this embassy. He comes and goes ever so often. He has been enjoying sightseeing around Edith. It's a little concerning, to be frank, even though I know he has Miss Najee as an escort. But I can't deny that it's quite charming to see the prince cut loose. Him being so easygoing has made him well liked among the embassy staff. The El Sayim emblem is pretty cool.
ガシオンの壮大聖堂ほど大きくはないですけど。これはこれで落ち着いて素敵な雰囲気ですよね。
さてと。
さて、
さあ共に祈りましょう。
あ、いいですよ。
Goddess, thank you for blessing us. Please grant eternal peace to the souls of those who have passed. Miss Goddess Ideas, please watch over Daddy and Mommy and me. Mommy, where's Daddy? Oh, I forgot to mention, Puello said he'd arrive a little late. With the festival, and now the attack on top of everything, things have been hectic over at the Crossbell Consulate. But don't worry, it sounds like everything will be settled before the festivities, and we'll be able to spend the festival with Daddy. Yay! I want to spend the festival together with Mommy and Daddy. It's gonna be so much fun. I want Daddy to take me everywhere. Sure, darling. We'll have a fun day with Daddy to make up for all the times he couldn't be with us while he was working in Erebonia. Mommy draws the cathedral a lot. Her drawings are really popular. But she said those weren't her favorite treasures, and that she has something more special. I wonder which painting it could be. He wouldn't tell me. She said it was a secret. Coelho and I will be attending the memorial mass on the day of the festival, but we came by today to worship as well. It hardly hurts to offer more prayers for peace for the victims and peace for our future. Besides, I like the cathedral. Honestly, I always have. It's peaceful here. I used to come by when I was still a novice artist to draw the cathedral. It's held a special place in my heart since. I'd handled our staff scheduling so that Sister Belicia could be in her hometown to assist her people. And to think that just meant she'd be another victim in the Creole village tragedy. The least I could wish for is that she can rest easy, having supported her beloved hometown until the very end. I shall pray for the goddess to bless Sister Belicia and her village. Come to think of it, Sister Philia made a confession to me this morning. I'm not exactly sure what was bothering her. I can't imagine her faith is anything to confess about. She spoke of reverence, but a word like that doesn't seem to invite sin to me. Well then, I'd best touch base with the Archbishop about the state of things in Arasia. I've been observing the situation over the last week, and things have thankfully calmed down. That arrest amongst the elites has caused quite the turmoil, but the Archbishop has put in a lot of effort to calm the situation. Though they still seem rather hostile to Edith's Grand Cathedral. Of course they do.
おっと。こっちじゃねえな。
Is that where they're holding mass then? Oh wait, there's an event here. Supposedly. Huh? The event is upstairs, and I'm not allowed to go up there. How the hell?
Sateto.
そうですね。
さてと。そうだな。よし。そうだな。
さて
さて。
さて
よっと。さて。さて。そうですね。さて。
そうだな。
そうですね。 さて
さてと
さてさてそうですね。
そうだな。
よっと
さてと
そうですね。
よし。さてと
さて
そうですね。
さてとさてと
さて
And back. I wonder how I get up there, because it's not letting me go up there. Do I have to talk to somebody or see a certain event or something first? Keep that in mind. Go to Station Street.
出発いたします。
You thank the goddess my husband is fine. I'm relieved to hear he'll be making it home the night of the Revolution Festival. I would have preferred that he come here before then, but he's been busy with his work trip. Oh well, the evening paints itself as the perfect time to have a fancy dinner. Beth's been really hopeful she'll snag a guy during the Revolution Festival. Of course, I could see you meeting the one at the festival. That's where I met my hubby. But when your mind is clouded so badly by that prospect, you'll end up missing out on the best things in life. I'm happy that the culprits behind the Krail tragedy are out of the picture now, and the state of emergency was lifted, but it won't bring them back. It's hard to accept that we'll never get another delivery from Krail. We'd usually order a huge amount of extra produce right before the festival. This will be the first year we won't. It's a painful reminder that they're really gone.
そうですね。
どれも自慢の一品よまたどうぞ
Hello. It's nice seeing you all here. Busy as always, eh? Looks like our mafia troubles are pretty much all over, so we get to enjoy the festival fully from here on. Don't think it's gonna be that easy. There's gonna be consequences for it. I don't like it myself. Even Heiyue is getting in on the cleanup. Better that the big shots of the underworld do something useful than hinder everything. I'll take Heiyue being a little shady a million times over any genuine threats going on. Don't think I'm a big fan of Heiyue or anything, but I'd rather take this than them doing anything that might threaten us. The Revolution Festival's right around the corner. Here's hoping things will remain this calm for the rest of the year.
どれにいたしましょう。またお越しくださいませ。
The Revolution Festival is finally here, the day when all the capital's best catches have their guard down. There's no way that I'm going to miss this opportunity to find myself a loaded husband. I dolled up as best as my budget allowed. Watch out, because today I'm on the hunt, and my prey is a good stable husband with deep pockets. It's a relief to see the emergency state lifted. Though things are calming down, we must keep ever present the lives we lost. They won't be coming back. Who would have guessed the sum of Eurasion's leading companies would have held ties to the Mafia? Quite the surprise coming from ETWS and Quincy. We do business with some high-end clothing suppliers in Eurasion. I worried for a moment that there might be arrests among them as well. Fortunately, none of our partners or clients have been shown to have ties with the Mafia. It was such a relief to hear.
ようこそおいでくださいました。またのお越しをお待ちしております。
Hey Van, gang. Heard you guys had a hand in all that Eurasion business. What a hodgepodge of evil organizations coming out of the woodwork it was. Marduk, Zect Arms, just to name a few. As long as it involves weapons, I can count on you to know what's going on. Saves me having to explain things, I guess. Yeah, I know what's up. The underworld should hopefully calm down a little with Almada out of the picture. Good comeuppance to those asshats for what they did to Kaina. How have you been since the incident, Kaina? Honestly, I don't think it's even dawned on me yet. It's like my head's not caught up with the fact that everyone is just gone. I couldn't thank Sylvie enough for taking care of me, and I've been keeping busy working, so at least there's that. I can't forget about the devastating tragedy that struck my village just yet, but I guess I've started to heal, if only a little. No need to rush feeling better, though. You've got time, and I'll take care of you all throughout. Hang in there, both of you, both for yourself and for that kid. I will. Lashkar is still so shaken up about everything, I have to be there for him. Even with the church taking care of him, I'm the only one that really knows what he's going through. You're right, I wish things were better. I'll be sure to keep the squirt in mind. I've been checking up on Lashkar every day. He's still pretty out of it. I can't blame him for it. He and Annie were so close after all. The least I could do is offer him my support. Don't worry about Kaina. I'll take care of her. I'll keep up with her training. She's my apprentice after all, and I don't do things by halves.
どれも自慢の一品だぜ。
Is there going to be new weapons? It looks like... Okay, so there probably will be new weapons, because there's new parts. By the looks of things. Oh, that evasion increase is nice. 70% evasion. I will take that. It's huge. %, crit on that alone. Oh, God damn it. Wasted money on that one.
またいいもん揃えとくぜ。
ご来場のお客様にご案内申し上げます。現在各店舗にて革命記念祭限定商品を販売。
そうだな。
Oh, this is a good angle. Pan the camera to get a good shot of the central station. And if I add a voiceover to it, it'll feel like the start of a real movie. All that's left is to put it all together. This is gonna be hard. Maybe Ren would know what to do. They're trying to make a movie? Well, damn, good for them. Chignon's been really enthused ever since she bought that camera. She's determined to get her own slot for the school festival. It's mind-blowing that I finally get to use all my favorite film techniques. Second-hand it might have been, but this camera was my best purchase ever. Next up, I gotta figure out editing.
さて
Probably come to be like a famous movie producer in the future. He's also, he also has a unique design compared to many of the other characters. Actually, all of Agnes's friends do. Well, look who it is. I haven't seen you all since you were in Tharbad. We weren't expecting to run into you here either, Director. I see Judas is with you too. Things just kind of worked out like that. How come you're with Lieutenant Kyla? Government asked yours truly to help with the ceremony's production. Makes sense. You did a good job with the film festival planning, catastrophes notwithstanding. Don't act like you didn't help at all there. I could do without a do-over from the last festival. Please don't jinx it. I wouldn't worry so much. You're more than aware of the fact that we're finally rid of A. The odds of anything major happening are low at best. It's not improbable that there are remnants still out there, so security's still just as tight, as a precaution. You here to discuss unit placement then? That's right. The meeting's with us more than anything. We met you guys at Basel. It's good to see you again too. We're helping set up all the equipment for the ceremony. Oh yeah, y'all are showing off some new stuff, right? Must be pretty busy then. Drowning in work more like. This isn't even my specialty, but here I am slaving away. Though your sympathy does soothe the pain, Van. You don't mind if I call you Van, right? Of course not. You can call me Essie, just like Patter does, if you want. That I'm gonna pass on. She gets real casual real quick. In Japanese, I assume she dropped the honorifics. Will Professor Cronkite be in attendance at the unveiling? He'll be at the ceremony, but not much else. He's got his hands more than full with another project right now. Professor Hamilton will be here too. Esmere, Kyla, mind hearing me out here? Oh, what about? You two are bursting at the seams with sex appeal. There's this pizzazz to you. It's everything I could have hoped for and more. What do you say we chase new heights of sexiness together? I am far too busy to even consider the proposition. That's not a field I have much interest in, I'm afraid. What? Is Judith all I have left? Hey, I don't remember agreeing to your nonsense. Same as always. Goatee's a famous movie director, right? We don't have any movie theaters near the Institute, so I haven't seen many films. But I should have the time during the Revolution Festival. Maybe watching one will teach me a thing or two. This is no ordinary show. It's a special occasion, so we should dial up the sex appeal. Come on, Judith. Just picture everyone's jaws dropping the second you walk in, wearing some really erotic clothes. Yeah, not happening. The Revolution Festival is going to consist of 2 official events, the ceremony and the memorial mass at the cathedral. We plan on tightening security measures everywhere, regardless of the current state of matters with Almara. Were they able to still, the Revolution Festival would have been the perfect time to strike. To be honest, I do feel somewhat relieved. Director Goatee asked me to take care of the ceremony and the production equipment for Trion Tower. It's still 3 days away, but that won't stop him from talking my ear off about all the details. Can't blame the man too much, though. Nothing wrong with being a perfectionist, so I'll do my part to live up to expectations. Customers have finally started coming to the rooftop terrace now that things are finally quieting down. Our numbers are on the up and up, and I'm sure even more people will come over when the Revolution Festival rolls around.
今日は何にします？あり
Are
がとうござ
probably
いまし
not
た。
wrong. I note that their administrator is gone again. He's probably at Iota. I have 2 appointments today. I need to get going. I still haven't reached my sales quotas for the year, and the festival is soon. It's a little more, and then it's bonuses and paid vacations for me. Alright, let's make this happen. All the blood, sweat, and tears will be worth it just to spend the end of the year on a well-deserved vacation. Oh. I'm so grateful that we get the opportunity to properly celebrate the Revolution Festival again this year. Classes and research have gone back to normal in Basel as well, so things are finally going back to normal. Nothing will ever bring Professor Callahan back, but time marches on ever forward. The Institute will continue their research programs for his sake. It's much more lively around now than that the Revolution Festival is coming up. That whole Mafia deal got settled last month. I heard they pulled out the big guns for it. Got special forces and even Jaegers on the case. I even heard they had some shady civvies. I even heard that some shady civvies got involved in the whole deal. Well, whatever. If they helped out, then that's all I should be happy about. Must have been real strong in the first place to help out. By the way, we recently got an application for some sort of street gig or something. It had to do with idols or whatever. It might just end up causing even more trouble. Anyway, it's not my place to judge. The permit was granted, so I hope their show is a success. Okay. Oh, these two. I'm not. No. They'll be performing at the Revolution Festival. Oh. Must be a special day if you two are coming in together. Good work today, Lahad. But dang it, we do not have that sort of relationship. Calm down there. Don't get all up in my case about it. Not what I was implying. I don't know what you two are on about, but I'd also like to thank you for your work in Messeldam today. Regina's got a thing for Alvis, and Alvis has a crush on Elaine, so... and is completely oblivious to Regina. We're on our way to a work trip. We'll be back later tonight, so the capital's all yours for today. Alright, I'll keep an eye on the capital's outskirts just to be safe. Don't worry so much, and take things easy out there. We will. We might be done by the evening if we're quick about it. Let's go, Alvis. We'll split up. Alright, you look like you're raring to go. Got all that inspiration from that S-rank bracer that came over for a visit, huh? Yeah, reminded me what being a bracer is all about. What happened to Ewan was a tragedy, but we need to keep going, for him. Even after what happened to Ewan, meeting that person has given them quite a kick to keep moving forward. They're making some steady progress. We still haven't entirely recovered from what happened, but it can't be an excuse to stay still. We need to keep going for Ewan's sake. We can't tarnish his memory. Not when I have my seniors and that S-rank racer to repay for teaching me so much. We're still dealing with the incident's aftermath too. Things are calming down now, but Elaine's still not back. Regina is still being optimistic about it, so I'll follow her example. We have to do all we can to help out. It's nice seeing you two around. It brings me back. I remember when Zin and I used to take care of you. Looks like you both have taken care of your own business. Sadly, it doesn't look like love's in the air today. Though maybe I can get my hopes up with the Revolution Festival right around the corner. something going on over there. Hey, mommy, I want to see. It does look like fun. Hands up if you love singing. Me. You're not going to bother them, right? I won't. Okay. They're going to see the idols. Mine has been a lot more cooperative ever since I started talking to her more attentively. Shopping's probably going to take us a bit, but that's fine. I'd rather we take our time. A leisure walk doesn't sound too bad right now. I'm grateful just to have the chance to do so. I love singing. And they're dancing and everything. That's so cool. There she is. Oh, just look at those two. To think that there are still girls around with such a beautiful oh. That's what she went to confess about. Man. They called themselves idols, I think? How cute. Wait, no, I can't allow my earthly desires to get the better of me again. I only just repented for them and pledged to celebrate the Revolution Festival and Memorial Service without them. But look at me already. But I just can't ignore the way my heart is beating. Huh? They're putting on a show at the Revolution Festival? Please, Sky Goddess, guide me forward, illuminate my path. Man. Really crowded around now that the Revolution Festival is right around the corner. Spot any cute guys yet? You ever think about anything else, Greta? Aw, cut me some slack. You know how bummed I was we didn't get tickets to the EGC. I'm so pathetic. Not just depressed, but single too. So am I? Or does that not matter to you? Oh, right. I totally forgot to check that online application. I applied 30 times for the hell of it. I have to have won something, right? Getting back together with my ex would totally blow. But not having anyone to go out with during the festival would suck so hard. Why don't you girls go together? I got this other company's info session coming up, but I still have no clue where I should even apply for. Here's hoping I don't end up getting lost before the actual interview. That's the kind of thing I get nightmares about. Oh, how about I only apply to places that are easy to get to? Some people actually do that. They approved my request to take the afternoon of the Revolution Festival off work. Might actually get to take my girlfriend on a date for once. Oh, that'll be nice. You sure now's the time to talk about it? We'll only do half a day during the Revolution Festival, sure. But today's just a normal duty day. Shouldn't you get going back to the station? Last I heard, you talking about going on a date was around the film festival. Don't tell me you've been neglecting her since then. You could be nicer, you know? Tyrell's girls are too eccentric for me, and the women in the police department just have no cool. Dating someone outside of the office was the best idea I've ever had. An office romance probably would have gone real bad. Yeah. You are about as flaky as they come, buddy. I'm glad stuff around the city's finally started calming down. I'd be even more glad if customers started coming back, though. But the Revolution Festival is just around the corner. We'll be preparing for the festivities, of course. Business has been booming over in the 3rd District lately. We need to pick it up with the ads if we want to get customers in here, too. It's a relief to see things are finally calming down, I should probably say. Honestly, I panicked a little when everything was still going on. But the owner and boss barely even batted an eye. They just kept going about things so calmly and helped direct me. So glad I got a job here.
今日は何にしますか？ありがとうございました。
スケジューラーを起動したわ。
もらっておくわ。
I'm in the middle of the workshopping process for my new seasonal latte. I want to have it ready for the Revolution Festival. Are you guys planning anything in particular for the festival at the department store? Oh, absolutely. We'll be featuring a variety of both street performers and musicians on our rooftop lounge. Or, that was the plan. We actually only came up with it recently, so we haven't really planned it in much detail. It's a little embarrassing. It's just something I'll have to shelve until the start of the new year. An event venue sounds fantastic, especially with how popular street performances have been lately. You could also get something for the little kids too, you know? A play area or some sort of ride, I think. Families would love it. I see. That may just be what I've been missing. A worthy rival will always keep you on your toes. Well done, Ilhan. What? Rival? What are you talking about? Never mind, don't worry about it. Ilhan might be a creative genius, but he's a little slow everywhere else. But I shouldn't worry about him so much. We can't focus all our energy on the Orbital Cafe when there's also the Trion Mall. The mall in particular is our biggest threat. It might be worth asking Ilhan for advice on the matter. Administrator Wesley has been working hard to come up with new ideas too. As if he could ever beat me. Iota is doing so well, it might even be time to start branching out to other stuff. It's gonna make the administrator cry. With everyone still shaken up over everything, I'm glad the Revolution Festival is still taking place, especially with some Aracian big shots like Auclair and Dalty involved in all of this. Nothing to do about it, I guess. Things should calm down after the festival at least. One can only hope. He's got a lot on his hands trying to quell the chaos that Dalty and Edmund's arrests have caused. As such, he will be spending the entirety of the Revolution Festival in Aracion. That's why Mistress Olivia is here. She's here to act as his representative in the capital while the master is busy. Or, she's supposed to, anyhow. Curious about this S-rank racer. Hi, Gray. I made the big mistake of going to Aracion without permission. I got in big trouble for it. Thankfully, my suspension finally got lifted. I may have gotten in big trouble for it, but I'm thankful I was there to see the Mafia being eradicated with my own eyes. But according to Lahad, I gotta redo my training now. Zin and Hazel have had some words for me too. I caused a lot of trouble for a lot of people. I'm really sorry. I have to make it up to everyone. Time to turn over a new leaf. Oh, it's you. Dealing with the aftermath has been a whole lot more complicated than at first thought. They've managed to evade pursuit by leaving trails of dummy info to throw us off. Elaine did a bang-up job in Aracion at least. That's definitely helped matters. And it doesn't look like she's going anywhere, thankfully. Couldn't be happier about her staying with the guild. President Auclair has been cooperating with the interrogations. We have other things to worry about still, like the situation with Gray. At the very least, we could take a somewhat smaller break now. That's something worth celebrating. Check Old Town, check Station Street, Tyrell. Yo there, got a new flavor in stock if you want to check it out. Twice the cost, but twice the concentration for twice the high. And it's no more addictive than the weaker stuff. Want to give it a shot? Can't say I do, sorry, I'll pass. Ah, that's a shame. I worked hard on it for the festival, you know. I made sure it's worth the price. But no worries, if you don't want it, you don't want it. Oh, and I've still got all my usual stock in case you're craving something else. Kinda weird. It's still dark and gloomy down here, but it feels like everybody's really excited. I guess even the Blacklight District gets swept up in the festival cheer. One moment.
そうだ。
そうですね。よっと。
I wish you'd try my new stuff. I poured a ton of work into it in time for the Revolution Festival. I just know it's worth your while. But hey, you do you. I've still got all my usual stock, so whatever you're in the market for, I've got you.
さてと。
I can't go back up to the surface anymore. I've got debt collectors on my tail, so I'm just stuck down here now. I'm just trying to make ends meet, landing whatever clients I can. It's not the worst I could be doing, but is this really how the rest of my life goes? I'm not exactly getting any younger here. Not that there's any use worrying now. It's not like I could just snap my fingers and change the way I live this late in the game. I got to sell off that lovely vase today. Business is just booming these days. I'm on cloud 9. Ho ho! Now, you don't look very sunny, Sonny. What's got you down? We drove out those Almada goons for good, yeah? What better reason to go out and party?
良いものを揃えておるぞ。
スケジューラーを起動したわ。どうも。
た来るがよい。
ようこそおいでくださいました。
That's new. Arts resistance plummets, but evasion skyrockets. Defense goes up significantly as well. Speed down, I don't want that. Even though defense goes up a little bit, movement as well.
またのお越しをお待ちしており。
Mercy, am I relieved this Almada mess is yesterday's news? Read all about it. They said you took down that rotten old Dante's. And thanks to you, Blacklight's nice and peaceful again. Now I can get back to selling my shooty stabbies for the festival and other things. Other things? If you're trying to joke, it's not very funny. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend. I may be jocular, but I'm no joker. You see, Jaeger types tend to wash up here around festival time when they don't have any other work. That's good news for me. Huh. Never thought about that before. I guess that makes sense. Ah, that sounds amazing. I kind of want to see it for myself now. You might want to think twice before you go rolling around with them. This place gets real rowdy once the festival rolls around. Sure. I can just tell this year's festival is going to be a real boon. I'll have to stock up in advance so that I have everything for everyone. Landmines, RPGs, chainsaws, submachines, oh, and jamming devices too. Those have been real hot commodities lately. It's hard getting my orders through to the manufacturers, but I simply must strike while the iron's hot. Hi, Yota. Hey, what's a Revolution Festival? Mummy and the others keep talking about it. Is it like a celebration? One of those? I went to one with Mummy at the Coliseum. Is this one like that? Mummy asked if I want to go, but I don't know if I want to. Because, like, I don't know what a Revolution Festival is. But I bet it's great. I get to be with Mummy, and being with Mummy makes me super duper ultra extra happy. Okay. not really doing anything for the festival. I mean, I'm not Calvardian, and even if I were, this isn't exactly the most festive block in town. But everybody else is going on about it, of course. I figure I ought to let Yoda walk around if he wants to. I do want to show him what the surface is like, the real world, so to speak. He's still got a shot at staying on the straight and narrow. Only problem is the bar. It's not going to run itself while I'm gone.
さてと。
早く決めちゃまた来なよ。
Oh, well, would you look at that? There's a bunch of shit going on here. You just like sleep out in the open? That doesn't seem safe. Alright. We're gonna run into up here. Jack and Hal. I'm the one who roped this guy in. He's the head of some big company, but he just can't get enough of this place. Every week he slips through the cracks of his upper crust life just to see me. Ooh, it gives me the chills. Our aphrodisiacs are selling like hotcakes too. It's a good time to be in Zamuria's oldest business, let me tell you. I assume that one girl is around, yes? You know the one. Once I found the time, I came running. I want an hour with, no, 2 hours. And if you could put me at the front of the line, I would really, really appreciate it. Yes, we can, Mr. President. She's been waiting for you with bated breath. Can I also interest you in a bottle of our aphrodisiac? You won't have a hard time having a hard time if you catch my drift. Well, yes, you're right. That would be nice. I'll take 2. Oh, goddess help me. I'm starting to drool. I'm just too excited to see her. That's why I can't stop visiting this place. It gives me everything I need and more. Okay. You won't hear me complaining about Amara getting the boot, but we've got tons and tons of festival goers trundling about in their place now. It really isn't the best for business when rowdy types come along. Hopefully they mind their business. But there are so many deterrents in play now, maybe I won't have anything to worry about. Who could say? Hey, UA has taken control of Blacklight, hasn't they? You know, they hold lots more than just tournaments at the Coliseum. They have all kinds of shows there, too. Oh man, if you could catch one of the monster slaying exhibitions, those are just exhilarating. Highly recommend them. But they're not doing anything like that today. Plenty to do here, though. Let me fetch you a drink. It'll cheer you right up. Huh? Everybody's scared shitless here. What's going on? Look over there. They're all knocked out. What could have happened? Oh, I think I might know. Got a hunch these fools tried barking up the wrong tree, and they paid the price hard. Oh, shit. That would explain it. Well, I'd say they had it coming then. Ha! Wow. Van, my friend, how wonderful to see you, and the rest of you as well. Good to see you, Your Highness. You sure roughed those poor bastards up good, huh? Oh, I had no hand in this, none whatsoever. You see, they attempted to make moves on these ladies here, and they just wouldn't take no for an answer. They got physical, and, well, these women, they're truly a force to be reckoned with. Even yours truly quivers before them. Hey, don't you think that's a little mean, Prince? I was simply performing my duties, nothing more and nothing less. Okay, but that doesn't explain why you all were hanging out. You guys make for one weird posse, however you slice it. A mutual acquaintance of ours was kind enough to put me in touch with His Highness, so so I came down here to meet with him. But then, as fate would have it, she happened to run into us here as well. I'm on a break for once after wrapping up a job. I came into town to unwind until the festival, take in some of the local sights. Anyway, I wandered down here looking for a little excitement, I guess you could say. And I got everything I bargained for and more. This is too good to just be some kind of coincidence. Destiny must have brought us together. What do you say, Yin, Miss Bodyguard? Want to go around? I think I'm good, thanks. Well, that sounds like a delightful proposal. Don't worry about me, Najee. I encourage, they implore you to take her up on it. The things you say sometimes, Your Highness. I suppose I should just be grateful you're not thinking to throw down with her yourself. Oh, didn't mean to leave you all out. Van, you guys are more than welcome to... Yeah, no. We have this thing called work. Strange, I know. Damned if I'm getting caught in the crossfire between these two. That ain't the kind of threesome I'm into. Aw, you're no fun. Oh well, there's always next time. Just don't burn the whole district down, alright? Yikes. Enough about me though. You guys look like you've got your hands full with things as usual, which I totally get. Can't take it easy just yet with the festival just around the corner and the fallout from everything with you-know-who. But don't you guys get the feeling there has to be more going on? I don't know what, but it's like there's something else brewing in the air. Sure you're not just being paranoid? Keep talking like that and you're going to jinx us, girl. Never a dull moment with you, is there, Van Arkwright? What is it people like to say about you? That you have a nose for things? It reminds me a lot of the unclouded eye. Whatever comes our way, both in the festival and beyond, I'm going to take it all in stride and have a blast doing it. I know you guys can't help being busy right now, but you should consider taking some time off too. I think you'll be glad you did. If you ever want more company, I'm always happy to tag along. Damn. I still don't get how you ended up here, of all places. I did hear you were back home tying up some loose ends, but that's about it. My travels actually took me to President Rocksmith, as fate would have it. After what happened the other day, I wanted to assess the situation for myself. Fair enough. Thanks again for everything you did in Erasion, by the way. We really, really appreciate it. What she said. I know you did a lot behind the scenes after we all duked it out back there. That was amazing how you and Heiyue were able to keep Almada in check like that. That couldn't have been easy. Oh, no need to thank me. I just did what I could to help. I may have moved to Crossbell, but Calvard is still my homeland, and I won't allow them to defile it. So I'm happy I was able to help however I could. Got it. That makes more sense now. I understand that you're currently on leave from Ark NCL. Do you plan to return to the troops soon? I do, yes. I'm booked for a handful of events coming up. Once the Revolution Festival is over, I'll be making my way back to Crossbell. I also want to attend a memorial service for the victims at Crail. I want to see for myself how the country responds. That's fair. Thank you for sharing all that with us. Sounds like you're gonna have your hands full once you're back in Crossbell. Hope you're able to take it easy in the meantime. Be a little lazy like our local celebrity. What? Excuse you? Have I been acting lazy to you, huh? That's the plan. Just taking it nice and slow while I can. I'll be heading back to Crossbell once the Revolution Festival is over. I have work waiting for me there. But until then, I'm relaxing here in Calvard. If anything comes up, don't hesitate to get in touch. Before I forget, I wanted to mention that you might see a familiar airship above the skies of Edith in time for the festival. The Principality plans to make a big splash with it, all part of our efforts to strengthen our ties with Calvard. You should receive more information on the details before long. Whoa, that airship? The one you were kind enough to lend me in Erasion? That's amazing! And its subtlety ain't in your vocabulary, is it? Still, thanks for letting us know. We'll keep an eye out for that follow-up. I knew my time wouldn't be wasted exploring this district, but I wasn't expecting to find all this down here. Very curious indeed. Najee may grumble about being here, but deep down I can tell she's intrigued herself. You should join us and watch. We would love your company, my friend. I really object to staying in this vulgar den. We have no further business down here. I say we leave post-haste. But as His Highness is wont to do, he'll be staying down here as long as he pleases. Throw away. Who's that crazy chick? I heard what you guys have been up to lately. It sounds like you made quite a splash over at the old capital. I also heard some stuff about Almada's leadership. Sounds like they had quite the intriguing lineup, to say the least. Did they really have a 130-year-old ageless wonder on their team? What a medical marvel. I'd have loved to get a good look at him. At that age, I bet his body was indestructible, and therefore the perfect guinea pig. I bet I could have opened him up any which way I wanted. You sound like you miss him. Word of advice, don't. He ain't worth it. The freak, saying all that with a straight face.
両方要領には気をつけるんだね。お兄さん、本はいかがですか？今日は何にしますか？ありがとうございます。スケジューラーを起動したわ。ありがとうございます。
The Blacklight District is back to normal after what happened, but it's so boring now. There's been nothing to excite me. Gets lonely living underground for so long. Haven't I put up with this enough? Don't you think I deserve to enjoy my life again? Don't you? Hey, don't look at us. We ain't on the run. You reap what you sow, lady. May not hurt to introduce her to our latest addition at the office. Give her someone new to talk to for once. Have to be careful, though. Why does it show that there's a person, in the bar? What a farce. Having my funding cut off was bad enough. Now people are accusing me of working for Almada? Can you believe it? I couldn't care less what happens to those goons. The last thing I need is the authorities going after me. It's got your panties in a bunch, old man. Ha ha. Hey, barkeep, get this stuffy fart some drinks. The man's still too sober, and that won't do. You stay out of this, you backward cretins. You people epitomize everything I detest. You and this wretched district are the scum of the earth. And I'll pull this whole blood-sucking weed from the ground up if I have to. That is my duty to this fine country. Oh, I remember this racist prick. Still up his own ass from the sounds of it. I think I'll just leave him be for now. He won't be causing any trouble looking as scrawny as that. Everybody here will just laugh at him. Despite calling themselves the Patriot League, those spineless fools are all too quick to silence us actual patriots. We're a dying breed, I tell you. The more they reject us, the more they kill the idea of patriotism itself. Surely there must be someone who sympathizes with us, someone who truly cares. But where? Where are they hiding? Nobody should sympathize with you, you piece of shit. Criminy, that racist coot, going on one of his rants again. Does he ever shut up? I just might have a word with that man later. Everybody can appreciate a useful idiot if you catch my drift. I can tell just by looking at him, poke him in the right place and he falls like a house of cards. Bet I could sucker him just like that.
そうですね。
Every festival, the Coliseum down here holds a tournament called the Apex Showdown. It's a hell of a hoot. They kick it off with this monster bloodbath. All kinds of different creatures going at each other. Pretty thrilling stuff, and it makes for as good an excuse to gamble as any. You should check it out if you're into that kind of thing.
また来い。
The Apex Showdown's only 3 days away. That's where they crown this year's champion. I'm getting pumped up, man. Shit like that's what I call living. This is all I live for now. Real, raw-ass fights with all the pain and thrills you could ever ask for. Bring it on!
さてと。
Same dialogue as always. Water. I need water. I told you to take it easy on the hard stuff while we're here. We're not on our home turf. You can't expect them to make stuff the same here. Oh, hey, didn't realize you two were in Edith. Looks like you're having a real fun time. Hey there, good to see ya. We've been working like dogs on the broker stuff. Thought we could use a break now, and now here we are, just having the time of our lives. What dragged you two all the way here? You on their tail, I take it? Yep, we're trying to figure out how the underworld's changing now that they're gone. And you can really only do that on the ground. Pretty calm so far, surprisingly. More than I expected. Maybe it's because the CID was so on top of the stragglers. Probably. Now that those smug pricks aren't running around, the underground's settling back down. Those drugs, though, those will be sticking around for a while. A lot tougher to get those off the streets. That does make sense. That's unfortunate. Actually, this chat just reminded me of something. I heard whispers about some two-bit gangster who's on the run from the feds now after he did some work for those guys. Word is, he's camping out somewhere in the Tyrell district. I don't have anything else to go on, but I figured you might want to know. The Tyrell district, huh? Oh, that's a good tip. Appreciate it. Well, have fun, you two. Just try to stay on your feet, Jack, alright? We've got lots of colorful folks down here already, and it's not even festival time yet. Hardly any point trying to babysit Jack here. It'll turn out like it always does. Maybe I'll just take a walk and see what's around here. Saw a ton of booze brands I've never seen at Langport or Bermati's joint, so I decided to give them a whirl, and it was not a good idea. Goddess, I'm gonna be sick. You guys working right now? Nice, keep it up. Just don't work too hard, alright? No shame in taking a break every now and again. Jack, you never learn, do you? Poseidon and Riverside?
では参りましょう。
Once the state of emergency lifts and the festival begins, the marketplace should get a nice shot in the arm. I imagine plenty of industries will try to time their expansion with it, and that brings a need for eagle-eyed consultants like us. Speaking of, the festival is an excellent opportunity to conduct some market research. It's nice that this uptick in my work will keep me busy, but man, I really need to find a better way of letting off steam. No more adult websites for me. I need to go cold turkey. There must be something else that might help me unwind. Maybe you should get a girlfriend or something. Fan. Freon Tower, your time has come. You will be mine this day. I had to spend a time inside, of course, but I hardly gave in. What, did you think I would? You wound me. This time, I will unveil that je ne sais quoi that mystic aura of yours and display it for all to see. I've heard we're about done rounding up the Almada stragglers around the capital. Serves them right. Justice always prevails. It's just a shame we couldn't do anything about it earlier. All those we lost. But it really warms my heart to see the citizens banding together and keeping things under control throughout the state of emergency. This goes to show that when the police, the bracers, and the public put their minds together, there's nothing they can't do. We're not out of the woods yet, though. We've got the festival coming up, and that's always a doozy for us cops. After everything we've been through, we all need a break like this. I want everyone to enjoy it to the fullest. Making quick work of those Almada stragglers. As for me, I'm collecting intel from reports about shady businesses in town. Some of those leads are actually paying off. Helped us pin down some Almada funding sources in Edith, plus some of their shell companies. All the more reason why doing work on the ground is so important. Everyday people have plenty to share. The inspector says that you guys helped out some too. That said, you can't expect us to just keep our mouths shut when we see you skirting the law. But, well, results are results. I guess I could cut you some slack. But you'd best stay on the right side of the law, Spriggan. You don't want the police coming after you too. I always knew Senior Officer Colorado was keeping records on stuff beyond even his usual investigative work, but I never thought his side notes would end up exposing Almada collaborators. I guess it goes to show how important it is to talk with everyday people. Even as a receptionist, I hope someday I get the chance to go above and beyond the call of duty like that. I need to do more than just connect with the public. I need to put their information to good use.
おまわりさんかっこいい。
そうだな。
Lots of people around.
エルラントへようこそ、お客様。
It's just been busy day after busy day, what with the EGC prep and all. But today, I get to slip out from work early. Tonight, Jess has a big concert to celebrate his new record. I wouldn't miss it for the world. I'm so excited. I gotta make sure I'm all ready. The tragedy has come and gone, but the lives we lost, they're never coming back. We can't forget them, not ever. We have to keep them in our hearts. I've been to that village, and I'll never forget the harmony it had. I want to work that harmony into my clothing designs. It's the least I can do in their memory.
そうだな。
自慢の品ばかりですよ。
Oh. That's a significant boost in stats.
「またのご来店」
be very much, is it?
自慢の品ばかりですよ。またのご来店を。
Alright. Updated armor. I will wait till tomorrow to update weapons.
さて
Glad everyone's back to normal. Gotta keep the team's spirits up. I need to pitch in too. They've helped me more times than I can count, so I gotta return the favor.
間もなく迎える革命記念
I
祭
better
を
help
祝
out
福す
too.
るように
Whatever it takes to
今
get
年も
everybody
期間
back
中
on
は
their feet.
改正が見込まれています。この記念すべき日を多くの
That really the best you got? Heh, barely broke a sweat. You'll have to train harder if you want to beat me. And there he goes back on his high horse. Prick. Whatever. He was probably just so freaked out last time it threw off his game. But last time I was not freaked out and I was not off my game. Got it? Maybe instead of running your mouth, you can run it back. Or do you know you'll lose again? I heard the festival is going forward as scheduled. Nice and all, but man, some of these guys just will not shut up about it. Do they really have to drag me to it with them? But, well, I guess it's all in good fun. Least I could do is lend them an ear. Sure, our team has some oddballs and some straight laces, but we mesh together pretty well regardless. End of the day, we're all neighbors, and a good neighbor has your back. When that emergency declaration went down, everybody kept in touch and worked to keep their streets clear. Heh, I guess that's a benefit of throwing together a bunch of misfits like us.
さて、
The boys were all looking forward to the festival, glad they were able to pull it off without a hitch. Really, the only thing we got in common is that we all have too much energy. So it's nice to cut loose and let it all out like that.
さてと
食っていくか。いらっしゃい。毎度あり。
We have to stop Krail Village from happening again. We're never getting all those people back. We can't let that tragedy repeat. I might already have a new buckwheat supplier, but it's just not the same. I won't forget them. Never. For now, I just gotta do what I can.
No 確認いたしましょう。
No quests there. On the surface, the situation's calmed down. The city is awash with festival cheer. But the order of events in Erasion remains a mystery, and the government and economy are rife with turmoil. The president has his hands full trying to navigate it all. He's told us that he won't be home for the festival as a result. The young miss feels as though she only ever sees him through a screen these days. We've had quite a number of emergency meetings at the hotel recently. Though the boardroom is not my place, I would be honored to assist the president with whatever official matters he might need.
何にいたしましょう。またお越しください。
Oh God. That looks like a mess.
確かにな。
Zin, Kilika, Hashim. Lufan. Sao. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, hey, look who it is. Maxim, could you tell us about your plans for next year? Well, what we all need is time. These new cars, these new regs, they're going to take some getting used to. I want to spend as much time testing as possible so I know I'm bringing out the car's full performance. And then, not going to lie, I'm still kind of bitter about the ORED GP. I want to smash the competition next year to make up for last time. Thank you. And do you have any insights on ETWS Racing's internal issues? Or any comment on your own scandal as of late? Could you tell us your side of the story? Oh, yeah, that. No. That was just a misunderstanding. I think I put out a statement the other day on that. He and I were just friends. I know a lot of people believe those rumors, and I want to apologize to everybody who got misled. The only lady for me is my car, now and forever. Well, that was hokey as hell. Good that he's at least trying to clear it up, though. I just hope people don't read too deep into how hard he stammered there. He didn't read his lines all that well. He's holding himself accountable, at least. Best he could do right now. Let's just keep an eye out for him. At any rate, I apologize again for my behavior. I just want to put all that behind me. The festival's always a good time, and then next year I want to leave it all out on the track. Always a good time, you say? And what do you get up to when the festival comes around? What's with the tone there? It's nothing bad. Chin up, champ, chin up. There was that whole thing with the Quincy Company in Arasion, so a lot of suits and bigwigs are under investigation right now. I've heard even Hotel Leclerc got dragged into it, since that was where a lot of them were staying. We've dealt with a few Arasion VIPs here ourselves, come to think of it. And you know, I do think they had some shady business going on between you and me. Maybe all that scrutiny is warranted. Looks like the situation is all under control. The hotel itself isn't in any trouble, thankfully. Roselia seems to have calmed down. She should be able to enjoy the festival herself now. I do hope she's looking forward to it. She could use the wind in her sails. I've been a few times myself, albeit usually on the job. One of these years, I'd like to go just for pleasure instead of business. My head just can't keep up with Polanski and their types. He was there to cool my head when I lost it back there. Where would I be without his advice? I can't deny it's kind of bearing down on me. Like, I can't manage on my own. I need to learn from him. Learn to look at the bigger picture before I go making big decisions. Phew. I and the political world can finally breathe easy. Our party does still house some undesirables. White supremacists, namely. They're a nasty bunch. One of the party's main priorities is keeping those old boys in check. And as luck would have it, curtailing them helps keep Amara at bay too. I can hardly fathom the lives lost. We're doing what we can, but it all feels so small. We haven't even been able to reclaim the bodies. Horrible, all of it. Just horrible. As the representatives of this great nation, our party must right these wrongs and bring these terrorists to justice. Father said he won't be able to make it to the festival this year, again. I know it's not his fault, but still. He hasn't completely forgotten me, at least. That's a good note to end the year on. I should just suck it up and tell him how I really feel. Oh boy. Here we go. Nice little party you guys got here. Don't mind if I do. Well, if it isn't Aaron and the Arkride crew. Good to see you kept well. Huh. Never thought I'd see a Bracer, a Hey UA Elder, a Marduk security chief, and the CID head all banded together like this. Can't deny, it makes me a bit on edge though. Types from both sides of the law tend not to mix well. I assure you, it's much less charged than you make it out to be. We're just exchanging information and confirming agreements. Please, pay us no mind. Kashim. You look busier than ever, Mr. Alfade. Oh, I haven't seen you since Arasion. we were actually just talking about how to go about cleaning up that mess. Taking care of the Almada remnants, you mean? Yeah, we smoked out pretty much all the hideouts they had left. We're taking our own measures, of course, mostly concerning Almada's trade and supply routes. The more problematic trade routes have been taken care of. Heiyue will see to the rest. Bet that's just what you were hoping for. We did also uncover some artifacts they had been using. The church is handling those. Well, good to hear that's taken care of. Cool. Nice not to have that looming over the festival. In truth, that's why I'm here. The festival has the full support of the Kowloon group this year. That, of course, does lead to some overlap between us and Marduk. I'm here to make sure we don't step on each other's toes, so to speak. I can't tell you much, I'm afraid, only the general approach HQ is taking. You'll have to wait 3 days for more in-depth negotiations. Mr. Thorndyke will be holding a meeting to go over our itinerary. Well, then you're right. Now probably isn't the best time. Can't go jumping the gun. They're discussing all sorts of things from the looks of it. Yeah, nothing to do with us though. On the contrary, I do have some information you might find useful. We're still tracking down some Almata holdouts that have taken to the underground, along with some of the hate groups they use for their ends. Leftovers, huh? And Melchior is still on the run too. Can't count them out just yet. He pulls those thugs back up and we'll have Almata 2 on our hands. Indeed, he's quite the wild card. We haven't seen any movements from him as of late. But then, that means he hasn't been contacting said remnants either. The guild's working on exposing Almada's business ties. We want to pull it all out by the roots. Elaine and some S-ranks from HQ are in charge of that. Gotcha. How's she doing, out of curiosity? Sorry, can't say for sure. She should be back tomorrow, though. I'm sure she'd appreciate a nice warm welcome when she gets home. Hint, hint. Butt out, bucko. He's like, I'm out of here. We're not talking about this. We'll be entrusting Almada's artifacts to the church, and the leftovers will fall under Heiyue's jurisdiction. The CID and the guild should make quick work of what stragglers remain. Melchior is still a concern, being one of their most prominent leaders, but we haven't noticed any moves from him as of late. Not that we should write them off just yet. We'll need to stay vigilant. The guild's helping out where it can, but we still don't have things under control quite yet. Elaine should be coming back tomorrow. Make sure you give her a warm welcome, will you? I'm sure you're aware, but taking that group out of the equation has shaken things up here in Edith. Time for you to make good on your name, Spriggan. Yeah, was figuring that anyway. I'm impressed you tracked down this little meeting of ours, Mr. Arkwright. As I'd heard, you have a keen eye and a sharper nose. At any rate, Ashen should be here for the festival. It would be nice if you could show her a good time. Yeah, it's been 2 months already. I can't wait to see her again. Yeah, I don't mind, long as she keeps her opinions to herself, said the pot to the kettle. Incidentally, the clamor in Langport has subsided for the time being. I heard your comrades may have been mixed up in all the chaos there. But I must say, those young men do inspire confidence in me. The future is in good hands with their types at the helm. Sid and the boys, huh? Good to hear they're doing all right. Might as well kick back with them if they're coming down for the festival. Now it's just Riverside. Going to go grab a snack. Be right back. I have food, so this is going to be slow going.
さて
Now that things are back to normal, it's off to work. I go with Old Faithful here. If I don't start now, I'm never going to make up for lost time during lockdown. Selma's in higher spirits now, which is good. Maybe I'll ask her to hang out later. She will. Sayla and I have been talking, so all I gotta do is lay it out and... whatever. Just take care of it. Just keep in mind, we have our own bottom line to look out for. The most we can stall is 2 weeks. Oh, okay, thank you so much.
さてと
Trying to break up the idols.
さてと
It's nice to be able to run again. Feels like things are finally back to normal. I couldn't go jogging at all during lockdown. I barely started and my legs already feel like jelly. How easy you could fall out of shape. Not letting that happen again. I'll just have to pick up the pace to make up for lost time. No one's gonna believe our comeback. We'll turn the tables on Shino and be the best ones in Riverside. But we won't win if we don't come up with a tasty new menu. It's time to debut a brand new menu. Shino will rue the day she decided to set up shop anywhere near us. Lady, I wasn't planning on adding anything to the menu this year, but having a limited special for the festival is a great idea. There's a whole lot of demand for our regular menu items as is, so stacking on a new prep time on top of that's going to be a real hassle. But I ain't worried, not with Primo around. We should be able to handle it between the two of us.
そうですね。
よう見ていていつでも待ってるぜ。
Few events here, huh? The Revolution Festival is right around the corner, so we're brainstorming for an event to put up. We're always looking to improve our driving technique. Nothing wrong with having a little fun while we're at it. I know Unifer's real excited for it. I guess I'm starting to get pumped about it too. Finally found it. Finally gonna get to install my brand new engine. No way, really? Damn, I'm green with envy. How did you even find an engine that fit? Pretty sure your car is only meant to take its exact custom engine. Must have been a tough find. Not as tough when you've got my uncle's know-how and my mechanical prowess. Weight distribution is gonna be way different, but this will put me in another class on the track anyway. But you sit tight, my little Kabul. You're about to become the hottest comet on the circuit. Her excitement is infectious. Can't blame her. Ain't gonna be long before my sweet little Nightbreaker gets the same treatment. And off you go. You're like a kid that won't shut up about their toys. Oversized toys. My darling Kabul is finally gonna get a serious upgrade. I can't wait. But my uncle said he won't help me here. So it's all up to me here. Don't worry, darling. I'll make you shine. Finally came across a decent used engine. I've been hunting one for a while. Unifer said she'd be willing to work for free for a year. It's an offer I couldn't turn down, so I signed her on. But I don't intend on tightening a single screw for her. She's doing all the oil changes and maintenance by herself from here on out.
どうすんだまた来い
スケジューラーを起動したわ
礼を言うぞファン
運動が始まっており各交通網も混み合っていますなお
Is this where Lashkar is? Glad the Mafia's gone and everything, but Lashkar is still not doing too good. I make sure and pray every day for those who've lost their lives so their souls can rest in peace. I want to pray every day too, but I always forget. So pray twice as hard for me, Rooney. You know prayers aren't effective unless you do them yourself, right? Don't worry, Rooney. You're like a grown-up, so I'm sure Arusha will listen if it's you asking. Here's hoping. Rooney's always trying to act all grown up, but he's a big softy. He's a bit of a coward, but he's always nice. I'm sure Arusha will hear his prayers. I'm gonna go to the church to pray. I'm really worried about Lashkar. He hasn't been doing well lately. Yeah, I'm worried about him too. Oh, no. It hurts. But I bet it hurt even more when Annie and the others... What happened? Oh, it's you guys. Don't worry about it. Damn it. But you're hurt. He is. After what happened, then hearing about the events in Arasion, Lashkar hasn't been himself lately. I believe he picked a fight with some miscreants in town today. A kid like him shouldn't write checks his skinny wrists can't cash. You ain't exactly picky with targets when you just gotta lash out. Anyone will do, especially when Almada is out of the picture now. Probably bit off more than he could chew with some punk that looked like he'd fit right in with Almada. Yeah, so what? What do you care anyway? Everyone's gone already, even the bad guys, and I couldn't do anything. Here I was thinking I could become a bracer. Turns out I'm just useless, worthless, damn it. That's what this is all about. I don't think this is something he can punch his way out of. But is there anything else he can really do? If there is, we ain't gonna be the ones finding the answer to that for him. Best we leave him be.
そうですね
Damn it all. We're keeping Lashkar here at the temple for the time being. I worry most about his mental health, considering everything that's happened. But all we could do for now is look after him. Yeah, that kid's gonna have a tough time. The citizenry has started to regain a sense of normalcy, albeit small. It does bring me joy seeing people moving on slowly. We can never take back what has already been lost, so all we can do is move on. Sorrow and grief still plague us all. I'll pray for the souls of those gone and for those left behind to mourn them. I've heard tell that the incident could have been racially motivated. think such hatred for one's neighbors brought this tragedy about. No, not even close. The wound left behind is deep, and maybe it shall never truly heal. We must unite in prayer, however, and support those affected the most. The sorrow and despair are too heavy for one to bear alone. We must unite in prayer to lift up those who need it most. Hi guys, it's Sarah and Shahina, sorry. I see Sylphid's with you too. Nice to see you, it's been a while. What brings you guys here? We bumped into each other in town, so I'm showing them around now. We have a guest role in Director Goatee's new film, so we were invited to come here. You'll be in Director Goatee's next film? Congratulations! Be careful with that perv, don't let him goad you into doing some skeevy scene or event. Don't worry, Nina and I are keeping an eye on him to make sure he won't try anything funny. Thank you for doing that. Actually, we were on our way to your office to say hi, Van. You got ahead of us here. If you have the time, feel free to stop by for a visit anytime. I'm usually free during the day. We'll be staying until the Revolution Festival, so I'm sure we'll have a chance to visit. We'll break out our reserve of special snacks for you. You mean my reserve? The ones I saved for myself? Oh, you were saving those? Whoops, I ate all of them already. Son of a...
Yotta.
Really grateful for this year's film festival. It might have been a little bumpy, but it gave me the chance to be in my first film. And on top of it, I got to meet you all. It's all the winged goddess's blessing. I owe it all to her guidance. Sarah and I are planning on checking out all of Edith during our visit. And that includes the Arkride Solutions office. We'd love to swing by later. Really want to see what your workplace is like. I'm showing Sarah and Shahina around since we already know each other. Speaking of, I heard these two recently got into an agency. That's good, probably saves them some hassle. I don't know, I don't have a great opinion of those kinds of places, but... Miss Kokona, you're not gonna believe this. Oh goddess, do I even want to hear about it? You remember that Reader's Choice poll I brought up the other day? You won first place. And that's not all, the editorial department's been flooded with fan mail. Congratulations. Oh, really? Huh. This goes to show all my work finally paid off. Thank you so much for your support all this time, Cronin. I owe you one. But I didn't do anything. This was all you, Miss Kokona. Speaking of which, I look forward to seeing what you cook up for your year-end special. Huh? Special? Special what now? Oh, did I not mention that part? The grand prize winner gets to have a one-shot special published. What? Think you could get us 16 pages in 3 days? No, I don't, actually. What the hell, Cronin, you jerk? But please don't be mad. I'll do everything I can to help you through it. Man, he did not want more work. Working hard as usual, I see. The incident with A is still making waves. All of my sources are still abuzz talking about it. Got any juicy info you wouldn't mind sharing? Of course I do. There's still some of A's gangsters out and about. It's quite concerning, knowing we have some stragglers laying low in the capital. Yeah, it worries me too. Not Melchior. Not worth the time. We should still keep an eye out, just in case we come across any information regarding their whereabouts. As long as it doesn't get in the way of everything else we're doing, it sounds good to me. The streets are quite shaken after the aftermath of that A incident. It's going to be a while until things settle down, so take care of yourself. If any new info comes in, you'll be the first to know. Alright.
Sa, 出発せんぞ。さて。
My son Curtis has recently started behaving rather violently. I'm concerned that he might have made friends with some bad eggs. I would like you to investigate what happened to him. I will explain things over at my house in Old Town. You're Zora, right? The one who put the call out for us? We're with Arkwright Solutions. Nice to meet you. Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much for coming. Please have a seat. I'll get some tea ready in just a minute. I was curious what a Spriggan would be like, you know? You look just like normal people. I might have even seen you around town before. You probably have. Our office is in Old Town. I know some stuff about you and your son. He's studying for high school entrance exams, right? Wow, you weren't kidding. You really do know about us. But you're right. We're hoping he'll be able to get into RMS Academy, so I've been having him rigorously study every day. His grades were in a bit of a rut for a while, but they have thankfully started improving. Not that I ever doubted him, of course. He's my son, so of course he's capable. If he keeps this up, he surely will nail a spot in the academy at the tippy top of his class. Mom's real passionate about her kid's education. But right as he started to show some promise, the situation turns dire. Curtis has been behaving really strange as of late. He's become violent all of a sudden, yelling really loudly, hitting things. Had he never done that before? Never in his life. He's always been a good boy. He must be in some awful company if he's acting this way. That's the most logical explanation. Take my eyes off him for a moment and this happens. That's why I need you. Please figure out what happened to my son, my precious Curtis. So what if he's gotten a little sassy? I'd want to curse myself mute if I was getting choked like this 24/7. Really? I don't think it would hurt to look around a little and make sure he isn't falling in with a bad crowd just to be safe. What do you think, Van? Should we help her? Maybe. Give me a minute to think about it. It's a lot of money. Alright, we'll take the case. Fantastic. Thank you so much. If you don't mind me asking, ma'am, where is Curtis right now? He's out buying some reference material. There's a bookstore in the Tyrell district we'd like to shop at. I imagine he's there. Oh, so he's out right now. Perfect. Before we start with anything else, mind if we search his room? I ain't too hot on digging through a teen's room like that, but it's the most obvious place to start looking. I understand. You can search his room. Follow me upstairs. Bet you anything, he's got all the good dirty mags hidden under his mattress. I know you were gonna say that.
仕事を始めるわよ。
Nothing but books. Here you are. This is Curtis's room. Alright, let's get this done before the kid comes back home. Van and the rest started combing through Curtis's bedroom. At first, they found nothing of note that could plausibly explain his violent turn in behavior. The only objects kept hidden were mock exams with failing scores. But a few minutes later, oh, look at that. Did you find something, Van? You bet. Take a look at what I found tucked away inside the desk drawer. A mint tin? It looks empty. Probably drugs. I don't think I recognize the brand. Could you explain what it is? Oh. They sell tobacco-flavored mints inside these suckers. You only get them if you're smoking or trying to quit. That would explain why it doesn't smell like cigs in here. He could have been chewing on those instead of lighting one up. They taste like what? It might not be the real thing, but only delinquents even think about smoking at his age. Oh, my poor Curtis, where did I go wrong with you? Thought I raised you to be such a good boy. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We might be missing something that explains why he had this tin. I know exactly why he had it. It's all my husband's fault. Him and that scandal of his that got him demoted from the Bank of Edith. We were forced to move into Old Town because of that. If we were living in a safer neighborhood, my son wouldn't be straying from the path. My husband was supposed to start working at a subsidiary once he was out of probation. But where do I end up finding him instead? Montmartre. I caught him eating there again, without a care in the world, while I was out shopping. Absolutely ridiculous. Has he been working this whole time or just pulling the wool over my eyes? I can't trust him anymore. Would you? Wow. He just keeps going. Anyway, this tin gives us a good jumping off point. We'll keep sniffing around and see what we turn up. Pardon my outburst. I'll leave you all to it. I'll be waiting for your report downstairs. What's the matter, Van? Did you notice something else? Yeah, the tin still stinks. It's faint, but you can get a whiff if you get real close to it. It smells just like an herbal hookah. Feels like a lifetime ago, but I'd recognize that smell anywhere. What? Really? And here I thought we were finally done with that bullshit. I don't know if I'm more surprised by the orbital hookahs coming back, or that hound's nose of yours picking up the smell. I don't doubt Mr. Arkwright's right about it, but the CID and the police were supposed to have confiscated them all. I don't remember hearing about that stuff coming in tablets. Where did he get something like that? I worry for how his health might be affected. Alright, Chief, what's the plan? Do we go straight to the kid and get him to spill? No. We need to figure out where these things came from in the first place. Right now, this stays between us. Nothing good could come of his mum catching wind of this. With a firecracker of a mum like that, I can only imagine. Since we're talking about tobacco-flavored mints, maybe a cigarette seller would know something. If his father smokes too, that could also lead somewhere. Agreed. Might as well look into both of those. The mum said something about her husband eating at Montmartre. Well, I'll go ahead and get dinner ready. Your report will get here when it gets here. What kind of wretch would give Curtis those ghastly pills? Surely my poor innocent boy wouldn't stoop that low. He must have been coerced. Wow. Sorry to interrupt your class, but can we have a quick chat? We wanted to ask about a kid we've been hired to look into. Name's Curtis. Of all the times, I guess we can if it really can't wait. Let's go somewhere else. Van explained the request he and the others received from Curtis's mother. They also explained his stark change of personality. Okay. Not gonna lie, I think his parents are making a storm in a teacup. Kid's not gonna turn into some hardened criminal because of this. But to answer your question, I do know who you're talking about. He came to my tobacco kiosk about an hour ago. He did? Yeah, he asked if I had any tobacco-flavored mints for sale. I told him I don't sell them, and that even if I did, a kid like him shouldn't go anywhere near them. He got all huffy and started yelling, called me an old hag, which was nice of him. Wow. I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. Damn, kid's got balls to say that to your face. What did he do after that? Beats me. My guess is he went looking for some other place he could sucker into selling him those mints. Makes sense. Thanks for the info. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Parker's been busy lately. Can't even get away on his lunch anymore. They're saying all that mafia business has been put to bed, but the insurance company he works at is still buried in claims. I can only hope stuff settles down by the time the festival rolls around. If not, kids are gonna lose it. Oh, he's outside. I see. 3 days until the festival. We've got one last big push. Taste testing the special menu, ordering enough ingredients, managing reservations. There's a lot of work to be done, so time to roll up my sleeves and put my back into it. Theo shall assist. Activating support program. Man, having Theo around is a huge help. Agreed. And will help whenever we have the chance to. Let's make this Revolution Festival the best it can be. Oh, Thank you all so much. Expect some tasty treats as thanks. Place is really booming now, ain't it? Festival menu's always a big hit, but I can't get complacent. Gotta give it 100% every year, no exceptions. Make sure you guys get back early. Need some folks to taste test some new dishes I'm working on. Really? Yay! I can't wait. Your cooking is always so good. That got your attention real fast, huh, small fry? Now me, I'm interested in the adult munchies. Got anything that goes well with a cold one? You can find out when you do your job, you little brat. Quit slacking. He does like to chew Aaron out, but something tells me he'll have snacks for him anyway. The gang's really settling in, aren't they? Aaron's already drinking the place dry. Montmartre hits the spot every single time. All my exhaustion from work just gets washed away. Got a minute? We're going to ask you something about your son. Van explained the request from Roman's wife and summarized the team's findings thus far. What? My son is chewing on tobacco-flavored mints? Can't believe it. He's never been the brightest at school, but I didn't think he'd be that stupid. Sir, please calm down. As an aside, do you smoke it all yourself? Goddess, no. Why would I? The smell would only make our clients uncomfortable. And do you have any idea why Curtis would be taking those tablets? Any idea at all? Oh, I know what's going on with him. Boy must be getting lazy. Tired of studying for entrance exams, so he must be taking them as a distraction. What an embarrassment. He's getting real spoiled if he thinks he can get away with all of this nonsense. When I was his age, I was so focused on my studies I didn't even eat or sleep. So what in Gehenna is Zora doing raising our son for him to turn out like that? It's his problem. I get that he's mad, but he's still the kid's dad. With parents like these, kid was gonna start acting out sooner or later. Thanks for the info. We'll get out of your hair now. That's both people on our list, and none of it helped. Dad didn't really tell us anything new about the kid, and we got no info to go on about those mints. Guess the last stop's that bookstore his mom mentioned. He might not even be there, but it can't hurt to talk to him if he is. If he's not, we can always ask the staff. They might know something. Books on Sheena. Oh, yes.
ちょっといいか。
I don't see anyone who looks like they could be Curtis. I'll hit up the manager and see what she has to say. Excuse me, does the name Curtis ring a bell by any chance? Van explained the request he and the others received from Curtis's mother. They also explained his stark change of personality. Oh wow, poor Curtis. I had no idea he was going through all of that. He comes here a lot. So one of my workers and I made a point of looking after him and helping him with his studies. Fortunately, I couldn't tell you anything about his personal life, or those mints he mentioned. That's all news to me too. That's okay, we appreciate you talking to us at all. If you don't mind me asking, could you tell us about the other worker? Oh, I recognize you. You come here a lot too. You're from Aramis, aren't you? His name's Albert. You probably know him, right? Yes, absolutely. I can't believe I forgot that this is where he works. He sure does. He and Curtis seem to get along really well. He would recommend reference books for Curtis to buy and whatnot. Between the two of us, I imagine Albert would know more about him than I do. That load of good that'll do unless we could track the nerd down. Any ideas where he might be? At this hour, he's probably either on campus or somewhere around the Opera District. What are we waiting for? Let's go find him. It's exactly what we're gonna do. Fingers crossed he doesn't turn out to be a dead end.
では参りましょう。
おっと
Still can't go up there. Oh. That's why. Okay.
You
have to have the church guy with you. That makes sense.
Domo, どうも追悼式の準備で忙しそうだが。
少しくらいなら案内してもよかろう。
Alright, I think I largely understand. While I don't intend to encourage your illicit activities, I do, however, agree that something must be done about Almata and their legacy. You're welcome to come and go from here as needed while you're in the capital. How very kind of you. Nah, but seriously, I appreciate the help. I was kinda expecting every higher up in the congregation for divine worship to have a stick jammed up there. Celis, you're being rude. However, I will agree that it's a little surprising. Hardly. Let's just say that arrangements have been made by someone else already. Speaking of them... What a coincidence. Wait, shit. I mean, Master Burgard. Celis, Leon, it's been about a week. Nice to see you, too, Bishop Orwell. It's been a while. I appreciate you making arrangements. Don't mention it. We might not be part of the same organization, but you always did well by me when you were on active duty. Now, if you'll excuse me, I shall take my leave. Take however much time you need, all of you. Guess they probably would have kicked us out the door if it wasn't for you, eh, Master? So we've managed quite a lot on our own. Now, don't be so put out. Building bridges where there used to be none takes time. So, what's the current status? I do not believe the rubble's been cleared in Erasion yet. Right, about that. Oh, you're still sticking with these jerks, Master? I was under the impression you were merely accompanying them as a matter of necessity, and that you'd part ways after business was settled in Erasion. You know, you could just say hello, right? Ain't gonna deny we're not cut from the cleanest cloth. Let us just say it's a complicated matter. For the time being, it would be far more beneficial to stick with them than act alone. It isn't too unlike the reason that brought you to the capital in the first place. You never pull a punch. We left the second Dominion in charge of cleaning up that mess. Those partitions of his should help look for shit faster than I ever could. Abba's team also arrived to lend a hand. He's been acting separately from Wazi quite often lately, though I guess that's what you ought to expect of a master of the Kunlun school. I will leave you to it then. Glad you're doing well. Hopefully I will get to see them sometime, Kevin and Gaius too. Please, maybe that'll get them off our backs. The commander's not said shit, so they're bothering us about it instead. That's the commander for you. Were they to upset her, she would sooner drink them under the table, to speak frankly. They are aware of that. They're having fun. How much of a big deal is Gramps? Someone's fawning over him everywhere we go. He looks to be very well acquainted and respected by a lot of high-ranking individuals. He's got a lot of apprentices outside the church, like me. But why would these idiots be all the way here? What's so important to leave artifact retrieval to someone else? They were talking about Almada's legacy. Could they mean... No, it can't, can it? Something bugging you, Arkride? Need to let some steam off? We never declared a proper victor for that little game, so why don't you square up for another round? Mind chilling for just 1 second? If you've got some pent-up energy, go bother someone else. Besides, a lot of other players are out here in the capital today. Not that that might have anything to do with why you two are here. Do feel free to guess. I'd love to hope for nothing to happen whatsoever, but we're not naive enough to let our guard down. We're merely here as insurance. Not unlike you, Spriggan. But guess you got a point. They get along like cats and dogs. Pretty boy over there looks like he has a bone to pick with Van, but I don't think it has anything to do with Burgard. Even if our Spriggan here won't appreciate our well wishes, I do sincerely hope you all will be safe out there. This might be the calm right before the storm, after all. Leon, pardon me if I overstepped, but I imagine you're of the same mind, right? I mean, never hurts to be careful. No way he didn't know with how he's acting. Well, I can't imagine you'll be in much danger if you have our teacher with you. I'll pray for your safety, even yours, Arkride. Don't really need it, but thanks for worrying. Well, I can't say more than that. Confidential and only for Master's ears. Leon's going to be spending the next few days in Edith's outskirts. Best wishes to you guys or whatever. I'll give you a hand if those bad predictions of mine turn out to be true. How generous of you. Bad predictions, huh?
さてと
I seem to recall... No, it's bugging me. What the hell? Huh, okay. Yeah, the opening for Crimson Sin has Van and Leon facing down Celis. Kind of interesting because those two seem to be partners. And Leon and Van seem to not get along well. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, let's go find Albert. Sorry to call you all of a sudden, Albert. It's alright. It looks like it's something you need to be discreet about. Something like that. We're looking into someone right now. Do you know Curtis? Van's team told Albert what they'd heard from Curtis's mom. They also mentioned how he'd changed recently. Damn, I knew something was up. He'd been acting strange lately. Maybe unstable is the best word for it. It was very different from his usual self. How long have you known? You know, I don't really want to help you. But I guess I noticed it around late October, early November. He was pretty down in the dumps before that, saying he'd lost motivation. But he then started being all excited about his studies all of a sudden. Something was off about it though. I don't know where all the enthusiasm came from. Thank you for letting us know. Have you heard anything in particular about his friends? As if he was hanging around with a bad crowd? No, not really. Didn't look like it anyway. Wait, maybe... It's not quite that. But I remember someone that looked like him hanging around the back streets in the Tyrell district. Since it was at night, and the guy he was talking to looked real shady, I kinda just assumed it couldn't be Curtis. Damn it, maybe that's the guy that... Come on, stop mumbling and out with it already. We've been warned at school to watch out for a suspicious man that hangs around Tyrell's back streets. He apparently sells tobacco and hard drugs to young people. That's what the rumors say anyway. I should have made the connection earlier. Curtis could have bought the tablets from him. That makes a lot of sense. Maybe he was going to meet him today when he said he was going to the bookstore. Looks like it anyway. Next stop, Tyrell's back streets. Well, I'm glad I could be of help. Please do something for Curtis. We will. Thank you for your help, Albert. Now do you see why Agnes is an important part of our team? Dumbass kid. He's out there making a difference.
よし、向かうぞ。
That guy looks shady. There he is. That's got to be the seller, right? He just looks like it. Only one way to find out. I'll pose as a customer and try talking to him. You guys hang out here. If we approach him as a group, he'll probably get spooked. Makes sense to me. Good luck, Van. Whoa, hold on a minute, Chief. We're talking about a guy who deals to kids. He's not going to want to sell to an old fart like you. You'll never miss an opportunity to remind me that I'm older than you, do you? But you might have a point. If his client base is students like Curtis, then I sure as hell am out. Oh, Van, don't let Aaron get to you. You're still perfectly young. Yeah, don't worry about it. You should be more confident. Nah, I agree. I'm not the best man for the job. It ought to be someone who looks rebellious enough to enjoy taking drugs, or else our guy won't bite. You're up, kid. Show this old man what a young punk like you could deliver. Hell yeah, I'll deliver all right. Just watch and learn. Yo, dude. Heard you could hook me up with some good shit. That true? Who the hell are you? A good friend of mine told me all about you. Said you got some kick-ass mints that can get you high. Emphasis on the kick. Mind hooking me up with some? I'll pay you whatever you want if it's that good. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, man. That lanky-ass school kid fill you in? I'll let you in on a secret. That stuff originally came straight from some pharmaceutical company. I hadn't heard of them before, but I guess they got busted by the cops or something like that. They were out on the market for only a hot minute before they were taken off. I just sold the last of my stock to that kid a little while ago. Kidding? All that talk and you got nothing to deliver? Way to let a guy down. Hey, trust me. I'd love to have more so I could make even more money. It is what it is. Seems like that kid's developed a real dependence on him though. I tried telling him what I just told you, but he got all pissy with me. Told me to give him more before chucking what he had like a little baby. Stuff like that's why I freaking hate dealing with addicts like him. They've always got to make everything hard. Bingo. So the kid really did just come through here. Sounds pretty shitty, yeah. What did he do after he threw that temper tantrum? Suggested some other stuff to try? But he wouldn't listen to me. All he wants are those mints, it seems. So I told him to try the Blacklight District, just to finally get the kid out of my face. Even told him how to get down there for good measure. Hopefully he'll leave me alone now. The Blacklight District, huh? That's a good idea. You could definitely see someone down there hawking that stuff in some dark, dingy corner. Is that all you were after too? Just those mints? I got plenty of other perfectly good stuff, you know. I'll even give you a free hit. You should try it. Nah, I'm good, man. I'm only interested in those mints too. Great, thanks for nothing. What a waste of time this one. I think I'm gonna try selling somewhere else today. Scene here is deader than a stuffed palm. Nice work. Sounds like you got a lot out of that dirtbag. I'm just glad we have an idea of where Curtis might be now. I bet we can guess where those mints came from too. Yeah, it was probably a dummy corporation set up by A. Now, all we need to do is find the kid and hear his side of the story. Seeing as he's on his way to the Blacklight District, let's focus on dragging him out first. We can question him after that. Sounds good to me. A place like that's going to be dangerous for a kid like him before long. Let's track him and get him out of there. Wait, somebody new to talk to? Glad they lifted the state of emergency. I can't believe the president of the Quincy company was behind everything though. I always wanted to try his company's sweets at least once, but now the thought of them just makes me gag. Ugh. Also, isn't Elena Claire related to them somehow? I think I remember reading something about it before, but I forget what. I finally found you. Hey, you're Maja, right? The herb seller? Tell me you've got the mints I'm looking for. I don't think I recognize you. You look like you came from the surface, the way you're dressed. Hate to break it to you, but I don't stock that garbage. Honestly, you should really quit taking those things if you know what's good for you. Liar! You have those mints, I know it. If I don't get more of those mints, I'm... Bingo. Maybe this is where we find our Point Dexter. Huh? What do you want? I could swear I recognize you from somewhere. You're Curtis, right? Clearly something's going on with this kid here. Mind filling me in? Sure. His mom sent out a request for us. Van and company brought the two up to speed on the events that brought them here. They clarified that the mints Curtis had been eating were reportedly laced with illicit substances. What? I didn't hear anything about that. All I knew was that they were hard to come by. I thought they were ordinary mints that just happened to taste like tobacco. Oh, there's more to them than that. Much more. I heard they were manufactured by A, and that they leaked out onto the streets before the cops did their post-Starbad roundup. The CID stamped out their pipelines, so they're not being made anymore. It's only a matter of time before they're off the streets completely. Well, that's a relief. I get you kids like to rebel against your parents, but hard drugs aren't exactly the gotcha you think they are. It's not about that. I'm not trying to rebel. I need those mints. Why can't you simpletons understand? We're damaging your body. You really need to stop. You're already showing side effects, bud. That outburst there? Probably the mints making you irritable and prone to withdrawal. Like it or not, those things are having an impact on you, and they're only going to get worse the longer you're on them. I know that, for crying out loud. I know they're dangerous, but I have to take them. If I don't have them, I can't study hard enough. And if I can't study hard enough, I'll fail my entrance exam. And then I'll just be another stupid kid like all the rest. I don't even want to imagine how my parents would react if that happens. They'll yell and scream and maybe kick me out of the house. My life's over, isn't it? This poor kid. I feel awful for him. This poor kid's been driven into a corner. We have to hold his parents accountable. No middle schooler should be stressing like this. Sorry, I've got heartburn. Take some medicine for it. Fear not, young man. So long as we're on this case, we won't let your parents unjustly punish you. That I promise. Okay, I didn't sign up to be this family's counselor, but it's pretty clear to me that the parents share some of the blame here. We're going to need to give them a talking to. I know you're not going to like this, but I need you to be part of that discussion with us, okay? If you don't mind me asking, do you know who sold those mints to him in the first place? We do, actually. Blonde guy with a goatee. Seemed like he had a habit of slinging his stuff around town. Oh, him! Should have figured. Don't you guys worry. He hasn't been on the streets for long. I'll be sure to remind him of the rules we have here. Though frankly, if he's going around selling drugs to children, he won't be on the streets for long. Thanks. We'd really appreciate it. Saves us the balash of having to go find him again. Probably ought to report back to Rune before doing anything else, though. Now that we're done here, let's swing back around to Bermati's place to fill him in on the details. Good idea. Maybe you could take a look at Curtis and diagnose his condition, too. Van and company quickly got to work paying Bermati a visit and filling him in on their minty mystery. Having previously analyzed the ingredients found in the Orbal hookahs, Bermati was able to prescribe sorely needed medicine for the boy. And once Curtis's symptoms subsided, Van contacted his parents. They agreed to reconvene at the family's home so the group could report their findings. Okay, now that everyone's here, we can get started. Well, what did you find? Was I right? Had Curtis made some bad friends? Sure, it's just a typical rebellious teen phase. Let's go over what we found, and then we can take things from there. And began by discussing how Curtis bought the tobacco-flavored mints from a dealer on a whim. Curtis soon had developed a dependency on them, since his academics improved when he used them. Van also brought up how the mints were laced with drugs. Though the side effects were light, Curtis soon started taking prescription medicine, thinking it would cure him. This is all so much to take in. I feel so dizzy simply thinking about it. I think my own son would be taking prescription drugs. He's even worse than I could have imagined. Wow. Is this the thanks I get after supporting you in your studies unconditionally? What do you have to say for yourself, young man? Keep it down, will you, or do you want the neighbors to hear you? As for you, did you forget that your father just started working again? I don't have time for this nonsense, and yet here you are, causing me nothing but problems. As if I don't have enough on my plate already. Wow. I practically had to beg for some time off work to come have this conversation with you. Are you even aware of what I'm going through? I'm sorry. I'm honestly surprised at the total lack of shame here. So am I. Are you actually sorry for what you put us through, young man? I trust the police aren't going to have to get involved at this point. The last thing I need is for my son to get arrested. Now that would really get me fired. No, you two got it all wrong. He's not the one that should be ashamed. It's you two. You should be mortified. Though, I guess that's up to you. Can't force either of you to feel guilty. Guilty? What should I even feel guilty for? Don't try to change the subject. Curtis is the one that's acting like a delinquent. This isn't about us. On the contrary, this is all about you folks. Or did you forget already? You asked us to figure out why your kid changed. We're serving you the answer on a silver platter. Curtis was hitting a dead end with his studies and felt like he was being driven into a corner. That may be true, but I fail to see what that has to do with either of us. Since you're not getting it, I'll spell it out for you. Your son didn't fall in with a bad crowd or change because of some damned mince. It's all his parents' fault. A neglectful pair that failed to notice what he was going through. Or maybe you just didn't want to. I knew I wouldn't like where this conversation was headed. Where did I fail as a father, huh? Have you two ever stopped to think about how Curtis feels? I don't know everything about your family, but it looks like you two only worry about what you want for him and not what he wants. And who are you thinking you could tell us how to run our family? You don't have the slightest idea of how hard I've worked for this. Also, Curtis could get into a prestigious high school. His future would be set. Exactly. You know how much money I've spent on his textbooks and mock tests? I've done all that despite my work situation. This conversation's getting nowhere and fast. Should have known they wouldn't listen. It'd feel wrong bailing out and leaving the kid out to dry, though. Not really my style, but I guess it's time for a little marriage counseling. I feel like the mother is like a problem that cannot be fixed, honestly. Maybe a little shock therapy's in order. Let's see what they think if I tell them they ought to split. Don't know if this is the best time to bring it up, but from where I'm sitting, things look kind of hopeless for this family. If this is how things will keep on going between you two, the one that's going to come out losing the most is your son. I'll be frank, at this point, everyone might be better off if you get divorced. What? No, I don't want Mom and Dad to get a divorce because of me. That's going too far. Right, Mom? Dad? I won't deny our home life isn't exactly happy. Tell us the truth, son. You're fed up with me and your mother, aren't you? I didn't mean for things to turn out this way. I thought that even if it took hard work, it would be smooth sailing after Curtis made it into Aramis, that his future would be set. The more I think about it, it was just forcing him to do what I wanted and what would make me happy, not him. My fault too. I left your mother alone to deal with everything regarding the household. I didn't realize that you felt so trapped, son. No, that's not it. I didn't even make the effort to understand how you felt. I failed as your father. Dad. So, what'll it be? You gonna give up? Cut your marriage loose? No, I don't want to. Guess we've not seen each other eye to eye for a while, but that's no reason to throw it all away. We've come so far as a family. Not sure it's just been a while, but I'm not ready to throw in the towel either. I want to make amends, even if I still have a lot to think about. You're my family, after all. I think it's time for us three to sit down and talk. Talk and figure out where we went wrong and how to fix things. Yes, I think that's what we need. Okay. Glad things have finally calmed down. You had me on the edge of my seat the whole time. That was some fine work diffusing the situation. No one does it quite like you, Van. That wasn't anything special. Just did what I felt was needed to turn things around. I don't got anything else to add here. The rest is up to you. And don't worry about the whole drug deal. We'll take care of it discreetly so it doesn't become public. We'll get out of your hair now. Good luck, y'all.
これで幕引きだ。
入金を確認したわ。
Quite the chaotic choice I made. Let's discuss this over dinner, okay? But how are your grades? Or no, that's not what I should be talking. Yeah, this is what got you into this trouble in the first place. I just don't really know where to start. What's gotten into you two? You were all normal until this morning, and now you're all soft and stuff. Fine, I'll take the medicine, okay? Thanks. I guess I owe you. One down. Aha. What? Bro. That's fantastic. Whoops. We've received reports from that dangerous monster, Janatos nubia, has appeared deep within the forest area of Dirk Memorial Park. Take care of this in the guild stead. Man, that reporter friend of yours used to work at the Meld, right? The biggest gossip rag in Calvard? I didn't know you were tight with the editor-in-chief. Not. Dingo's mentioned him before, but I've never met the guy. It's supposed to be a bit of a headache to deal with, so I've tried to keep it that way too. But it looks like my luck just ran out. I really think we should meet him. I wonder if he's there already. It's not that long a walk from here to the Orbital Cafe. We should go and visit him when we get a chance then. Who did I boot out of my party? Oh, reset. I need to fix that. The office is bound to face heavy traffic on the day of the festival. As such, I plan to organize our submission documents and perform other clerical work in advance. Feel free to entrust me with this work and devote your attention elsewhere. No, you're coming with me. Now, oh, I missed My name's Cunning, and I'm the editor-in-chief for the gossip rag Meld. There's something I gotta tell you about Dingo Brad, who used to work here. If you're interested, come to the second floor of the Orbital Cafe. I'll make this an official 4SPG just in case. Okay. He's gonna pay me to come meet with him? Terminate.
ガード展開。
好機です。炎よ、我らに息吹を。アニエスさん。
That's not who I wanted.
全力で行きましょう。あとはお願いします。
真打ち登場だ。
ここが攻め時かと。
駆動。
ここが攻め時かと。バン様。
こっちだ。そらそら任せた。リゼット。
I got 150k HP, so
コバルトカーテン展開。
ほらよ。
好機です。
特定の
ガンガン行くぞ。ここだフェリー。
こちらのターンです。全力で行きましょう。やっ
おまけだ。
バン様。ここが攻め時かと。
しまいにしようぜ。せい。バンダーライスレイダー。決めろアーロン。
全力で行きましょう。ここが攻め時かと。
ガンガン行く頼んだ。劣化版。ここだフェリー。
特定の
遅いです。燃え尽きろ。隙ありです。
こちらの番だ。こいつは効くぜ。覚悟を決めな。せい。バンダーライスレイダー。
この木は逃しません。
上げていこうぜ。
あとはお任せします。主役の出番ね。ジュディスさん、ワイルドスナッシュ。好機です。
特定の
テリちゃん、遅いです。燃え尽きろ。好機バーソン。
上げていこうぜ。
全力で行きましょう。
決めろアーロン。食らいやがれ。そらよ。
行くわよ。
ガンガン行くぞ。
ジュディスさん、トワイライトキック。
チャンスだ。上げていこうぜ。続けやパン。こっちだ。そらそら。
望むところです。これは効きますよ。炎に我らに息吹を。
フィーバータイムだ。バトンタッチだ。
私にお任せを。
ガンガン行くぞ。
コバルトカーテン展開。
こちらの番だ。覚悟を決めな。ダンダライスライダ
後期です。これは効きますよ。
ー気張ってけよ。
特定のアーツが有効だ。
はあ、これで決めます。やあ、とどめです。イグニランページ。ユビスさん、
上限解放だ。
これは効くわよ。華麗に決めるわ。覚悟はいい？酔いしれなさい。グリムナイトワルツ。リゼットさん、任せたわ。
ガンガン行くぞ。任せた。リゼット。
参ります。ライトニングチェイサー。これにて終幕ね。報酬が振り込まれたわ。
生き返るぜ。
Need about 1,000 win 7th.
遠隔攻撃を気をつけてよ。
そこだ。さあ、ほら始めるか。そうだ。
きついのお見舞い
突起ずれた。先手必勝。
お世話になりますよ。
よし、上出来だ。
決まりましたね。修正完了よ。なんとかなりました。なんとかです。
そうだ。
しましょう。敵の胸相当します。
そうだ。そうだ。そう。
して挑みましょう。お手をかけてくれよ。
呪いぜ。くらいだ。
チャンスよ。まとめて片付けるわ。全力でいきましょう。まとめて片付けるわ。
続け。ジュリス。
トワイライトキス。フェリちゃん、お願い。
チャードブーストの後期だ。
遅いです。燃え尽きろ。リセットさん。ブーストがおすすめだよ。ご 容赦おせおせで行くわよ。任せて。逃がしません。シュート。
チャンスだ。
全力で行きましょう。
しびれろ。そこだフェリー。
ここです。この木は逃しません。加速します。やー期待以上の成果かと。
さすがの仕事ぶりだリゼット。
遠隔攻撃お手並み拝見いたします。
ほらよ。せいはせやはせいせやせいせや。相手が悪かったな。
敵の群れ想像しますか。
そこだ。ほらよ。なんだ相手になるぞ。一気に決めるぞ。
おせおせで行くわよ。
まとめて相手だ。覚悟を決めな。せいバンダーライスライダー。続けジュリス。
ここです。
チャンスだ。せいは
おまけです。後期です。
そこだ。
遅いです。燃え尽きろ。リゼットさん。
もらった。
制圧完了。次に参りましょう。リゼットさん、お疲れ様です。や
そこだ。せやははせほらなんだ。
先制攻撃のチャンスです。
せやはせや
ふん、たわいもない相手ね。
サイファの改造なら任せてよ。
攻撃を。
そこだ。
やあ、光線開始です。
そこだ。はっせそうだ。はっせそこだ。なんだこれでも食らえ。こいつは効くぜ。
やっちゃいなさい。決めて。
こっちだ。そらそら続けジュリス。もらった。
フェリちゃん、お願い。
シャードブーストの後期だ。
ここです。チャンスです。リゼットさん。おまけです。バン様。
覚悟を決めな。バンダーライスライダー。相手が悪かったな。
甘いお茶受けをご用意します。バン様。
財波の改造なら任せてよ。
Ratatosker.
Maintenance モードに移行したわよ。
20% chance to absorb physical attacks. That's kind of crazy.
シャードスキルが更新されたわ。
メンテナンス開始。
Alright.
では参りましょう。何をするの？
Jack's got some business in the Blacklight District. He seems pretty serious about this, and he stressed that I had to keep this a secret from Hal. Maybe I should check up on him. This is... Sounds like all kinds of trouble. If I were Van... Well, knowing Van, he'd probably say, sorry, bud, you're on your own.
何をするの？
There he is. Looks like Jack's got business with Yimai. Hey, this isn't what you promised, old man. Promised? Now, I'm sorry, but I haven't the foggiest idea what you're talking about. I never promised you anything, you see. Sup? Got a problem? Oh, hey, Van. You actually came, huh? Yeah, was just a little concerned about you is all. So what happened? I asked this guy to reserve a certain 10 Mira coin for me on the off chance he came across it so I could buy it off him. But instead, he went behind my back and pawned it off to somebody else. 10 Mira coin? What's got you worked up over it? It's what we in the business call an error coin. A misprint, if you will. Not only are the portrait and text flipped, but the copper is the wrong color too. It has a slight silver hue to it. These little mistakes are 1 in 10,000, if not rarer. 30,000 Mira per coin is quite common. But that's not all that can inflate the value of these. No, sir. Owner history plays a part too. And a previous owner, as infamous as this coins, can bump the value up high, even higher. 50,000 by my estimate. Yeah, 50,000 Mira for a little coin? Must have had one hell of a past life to command that kind of money. You're damn right it did. I take it you know about my mentor and my greatest rival? Of course I do. The king himself, ain't it? Hal's own old man. Right. And you probably know that he's not around anymore. There's a reason for that. I was a dumb little shit when I was younger. My cocky ass got him killed. Damn, dude. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to dig up all that baggage. Well, now you know. Anyway, I'm sure you put 2 and 2 together. The coin we're arguing over used to belong to him. After he died, that coin disappeared. I had no idea where it went. At least, until yours truly happened upon it. Jack offered 100,000 Mira for that little coin, and at the time, I was more than happy to give it to him. Unfortunately, another customer beat him to the punch with a 105,000 mira offer. Poor Jack was just minutes too late. It really was nothing personal. I was just doing as a businessman does, taking the better offer. Oh, give me a break. If you just told me somebody had put in a counter offer, I would have put up more money too. That is a little odd that you didn't do that this time. I know just how much you like to ring people for every mira they're worth. So who's the moneybags who ran off with the coin? If you want to know, you'll have to go straight to the source. As it so happens, the buyer left a note to pass on to Jack. It says quite plainly, if you'd like the coin back, come to Kaiyunge. Oh, somebody from Heiyu, eh? Great, you couldn't just sell the damn coin to them. You had to help them antagonize me too. Thanks, Imai. Every now and again, someone comes out of the woodwork trying to pick a fight with me. Who's got it out for me this time, though? I haven't a clue. Yeah, I remember that pair of cheaters you had to deal with in Langport when we were in town. Sure ain't easy being famous, huh? You heading over right now, then? I think I'll tag along to see how it goes down. Sure, go ahead. I don't mind the company. Huh? What are you doing here? She bought the coin? Why do you think I'm here? Because I'm the one who bought the coin. He was gonna give it to her as a present, I bet, too. I figured it was possible I might run into you. And now, here you are, I guess. Yep, here I am. Good to see you, Van. I was originally planning on having Mao officiate our little game. But if you're here, I'd be more than happy to have you do it if you don't mind. Sure, I could do that. Bit of a roundabout way to challenge someone to a game, though, don't you think? Yeah, but unless I go to that much trouble, Jack won't take it as seriously as he should. So just to reiterate, Jack, I want to play a game of poker with you. Winner keeps King's coin. Sound good to you? I'm game. You're on. You think you have any chance of winning against me? Do you really need to ask, Jack? You're right. My bad. That was dumb. Alright. Now with that settled, I'll have you hold on to the coin, Van. Every round, you'll flip that bad boy to determine who goes first. If it's heads, I go first. Tails, Jack goes first. I feel like I'm being given a big responsibility running this match. I'll do my best to make you guys proud. I'm sure you'll do just fine, Van. We appreciate having you. Well, may the best hand win. Let's get down to business. Jack and Hal's game got underway as Van watched the proceedings unfold. After the pair exchanged 100,000 mira for 10 poker chips, they began to trade blows with each hand of cards. Once the match fully heated up, all of the remaining chips were put on the line in a dramatic showdown. You've really stepped up your game, Hal. I'm impressed. Truth be told, I didn't expect you to even last this long. Save it for when you win, Jack. This game ain't over until it's over. You got that right. Jeez, you two are freaking nuts. Not too many in Zemuria who can read each other's hands and bluff the way you can. Looks like this next hand's gonna be our grand finale. Sure seems like it. Keep up the good work, Van. Doesn't matter who goes first. Either way, your fate's already set. Well, here goes nothing. Moment of truth. Which hand should I catch the coin with? Wait. What? I wasn't expecting to be given a choice here. Tails, your move, Jack. Damn, I gotta go first, huh? If that's the way it's going to be, I'll exchange 2 cards. Were you thinking of trying that on me? No wonder you're disappointed. It's definitely better to go second in that case. Hal's got 4 kings. What have you got, Jack? I get it now. You must have mastered King's technique to play like that. 4 of a kind for Jack. What's going on? Did Hal set this all up? Sure did. King's whole specialty back in the day was taking control of the cards, including his opponent's own hand. You played well, Hal. Ain't nothing to it. Wait. Still one card you haven't opened. Could you possibly still have left? The game should be over. Not if I've got a wild card in my hand. And that's exactly what I have. A 5 of a kind with jacks. Read 'em and weep. Sorry, Hal. I win. What the? I'm not sure I follow you guys. Did you somehow use Hal's own move against her? More or less, yeah. No way. How is that possible? I can wonder all I like, but at the end of the day, they call you Victory Jack for a reason. I lost, and that's all there is to it. He's gonna give her back the coin. So, time for me to pay the piper, I suppose. The coin's all yours, Jack. Here you are, Jack. Good game. So that was a fun one, to say the least. There's one more thing we need to settle before we head on out. I'm giving you the coin. You're the one who should hold on to it. Huh? Jack, what are you doing? We agreed that whoever won gets to keep the coin. You earned it. You shouldn't give it back to me. In fact, I want you to have it. There's nobody else I'd rather see it with than you. Seriously, take it. It's okay. Oh. I get it now. That whole match was just a setup for her to give the coin to him all along, wasn't it? Sorry, Hal, but I can't let you have your way on this one. If that coin was mine, then it'd be up to me to decide what to do with it. But if you're that determined to hoist the thing on me anyway, then there's only one thing you can do. Play you again. Play you again and win. That's right. That's how these things work in our world. Huh. Fine. If that's how you're gonna be, you're on. Keep improving my skills, and then one of these days I'll beat you when you're playing your absolute hardest. Till then, you better not lose to anybody else but me, or your ass is grass. Deal? Deal. Man, you won't find another pair of gamblers like these anywhere else in Zemuria. Glad I got to see this little exchange today. That was neat. With the promise made, Van proceeded to enjoy some yumcha with Jack and Hal at Kayunga. Afterwards, yeah, okay.
またそのうち飲もうぜ。しびれるような勝負でもしながらな。
いいボトルを開けるとしましょうか。ただし、ジャックはほどほどにね。
Receive victory dice. Accuracy and crit. Whew.
何かお困りですか？またいつでもお受けします。
メンテナンスモードに移行しました。
Oh, so Rebirth is a healing one. Damn. 8 custom slots. That's very, very good. And she is the perfect person to use that one too.
それじゃアップデートを始めよう。
何をするの？
I bet it's from that dirtbag she outed from her school. Nina. This is the real me. The one you don't know. The one I don't want you to know. But I... Oh, this isn't right. I'm missing something. Hey there. Thought about taking a break? Mr. Arkwright, what are you doing here? Your director sent me. There's an actress I've been working with whose work I'd like your opinion on, if that's okay. Ever since I offered her the part, she's been immersed in the role, almost to a scary degree. I was originally going to ask Judith for help here, but it might be a bad idea if I did it, since I'm not involved with the film's production at all. I know you're pretty tight-lipped, so I said why not? So, you gonna help? I guess they were both really worried about me. We recently filmed one of the most important scenes in my next film, you see. The director said my final cut was fine, so we were ready to move on. But I'm still not happy with it. I still feel like I could do better, so I asked him to let me shoot again after I rehearsed it some more. And that's why you're here, all alone. It sounded like a long monologue. Surprised it's giving you so much trouble. I think it's because I've been rehearsing it alone. I meant to look at someone during the actual scene, and it's hard when I don't have anyone. Oh, I know. Would you be willing to act as my partner while I practice? Me? Didn't see that one coming, but I know that even if I said no, you ain't leaving till it's perfect. But are you sure you want to ask me? I ain't exactly an experienced actor. That's alright. Just you being here will make a world of difference. Alright, I got the time to spare, so give it your best shot. Just don't go expecting nothing a sack of flour couldn't do. Thank you. With Van as her partner, Nina continued practicing the problematic scene over and over. But in the end, she still wasn't able to come up with a take she was happy with. How about that break? This is your job and all, but you're gonna burn yourself out if you keep at it non-stop. I'm so sorry. It feels like I've just been wasting your time here. I should have known I couldn't handle this like Judith does. What's she got to do with this? You guys are very different kinds of actresses, yeah? People always talk about how I embody the characters I act so naturally. It's like I'm possessed by them. You might be able to put a positive spin on it, but what those words mean at the end of the day is that my acting has no real soul of its own. That's a bit harsh, but it's the truth. Judith's acting is just so full of heart and soul. Every one of her roles has an identity that's uniquely hers. Not to say that she's not doing a good job portraying the role, of course. I don't mean that. She maintains the role's integrity, but she always puts part of her into it. She takes to every role in a way that's uniquely hers. That's her greatest appeal as an actress, if you ask me. I see it, yeah. But I just can't do that. I don't have her strength of spirit, and I never will, because I'm empty. All I can do is act the role I'm given. That's all I can ever do. She's extremely transparent while acting, so much so that you might see right through her and her hollow acting. I remember reading that on a magazine after your debut film aired. You have a good memory. You know that just because someone said that doesn't mean it's true, right? If that's how people see you, then that's a talent you should take in stride. But you can call my acting skills whatever you want, but the truth is I'll never measure up to Judith. And that might be your problem right there. If you really think there's nothing in there, then that's all the more space to start filling in. There's still plenty of time for you to create the identity you think you're lacking. You got a lot of material to take inspiration from. What do you mean? You're well known for not just taking a script and listening to it to a T. You always take it a step further. You wrap yourself in the role and let it become who you are. You think and act like the characters would. That's not something you just up and forget. Or do their lives and experiences just vanish from your head after you stop playing the role? No, they don't. I remember everything. I remember the warmth of being in Ron's arms as Michelle in Wolf's Requiem. I still remember how reassuring it was to have my friends and companions at my side in Gloria as Sheena Dirk. Yeah, thought so. You remember all of that so clearly. And that's not something just everyone can do, not even Judith. Those voices, those feelings are just as much a part of you. You ain't empty. But don't let them overwhelm you either. You gotta listen to what you want too. And I might get shit for saying this, but to hell with the script. I think this should be more important to you. Because it's something that only you can do. I never even considered disregarding my lines. That might actually be a good idea. You mind if I try the scene one more time? I might finally have something. Let's start from the very beginning this time. Yeah, sure. Wait, already? So, they resumed their acting. Nina performed the scene over and over, Van still acting as her partner. Every attempt refined the scene further, and Nina could feel the pleasant and satisfying exhaustion wash over her. Eventually.
これが本当の私。あなたが知らない私。あなたにだけは知られたくない私。だけど、私はもう逃げない。私が私であり続けるために。
Cut! Mr. Lamb? How long have you all been there? Wait, were you filming this? Don't worry, we were only filming Nina. That was spectacular, Nina. I know I approved our previous take, but this was significantly better. You went off script a little, but that doesn't matter when I could feel you and your character's soul so perfectly in your delivery. But thank you, director. Alright, everyone. Let's keep this momentum and get back to shooting. Of course. Glad that's taken care of. Same. It's a relief. Feels like I finally saw a side of myself I'd never faced before. Thank you so much for your help. They parted ways, Van leaving Nina and her crew to their filming.
いい刺激になりました。次回作の演技、どうか楽しみにしていてください。
Is there another event with her down the road?
スケジューラーを起動したわ。
Is it? Okay.
何をするの？
Placel is going to work with Fairy to try and restore Aida's rifle. They want me to help them get the parts. Shouldn't be a big deal. Yo, sorry for the wait. Don't worry about it. I just got here myself. Thanks for coming. Think nothing of it. Seems this has to do with one of my part-timers, so I figured I might as well. You want me to help out with the memento of the flame eaters, right? Yep, I want to fix up the custom rifle that Aida used to use. Seems like you've heard about it already. Sure have. We tried to get it repaired before, but they told us it wasn't really feasible. I assume the two of you found a way to fix it? Bingo. We learned what parts we'd need to repair it, so all that's left is to actually get them. It's been bothering me ever since I learned it was damaged, so I'm glad I could finally do something. I figure things will get really busy once the festival starts, so I want to get it taken care of before then. Barry's working on the stuff that can be gathered above ground. Well, you're going to be getting the underground stuff from the Blacklight District, in other words. And you want me to show you around the place. Exactly. I've heard that nose of yours is really impressive. So impressive that even Zin relies on it. How about it? You up for being my guide? Sure, why not? Couldn't hurt putting you in my debt more. I'd be helping one of my part-timers move on, too. Sounds like a win-win to me. Thanks, let's get moving then. No comment about the debt thing. Van and Fee made haste to the Blacklight District. Upon arrival, they scoured the area in search of replacement parts for Aida's rifle. You're looking to fix up a custom rifle, eh? Not to discourage you fine folks, but that sounds like quite the pain in the behind. We know, and we're prepared to deal with it. As you can probably guess, we need some specialized parts to get it back in working condition. Mind showing us the rifle suppressors and foregrips you've got in stock at the moment? Not at all. Right this way, young lady. Hopefully I've got what you're looking for. Definitely got a wide selection, but none of it looks quite right. What about this part over here? Looks pretty unwieldy, but nothing any decent Jaeger couldn't handle. Yeah, maybe. That might actually be the same model Aida used, or the same make at least. That might work in a pinch. Might as well give it a shot. Working on Flame Eater's rifle, huh? I've heard stories about that bad boy. You're in luck. I know for a fact that the rifle I used back when I was on active duty is the same generation as her gun. You can go ahead and take it if you want. It should have a part or two you can use. Damn, that's real generous of you. For real, are you sure? I mean, that has to mean a lot to you. I'm no Jaeger anymore, so I don't mind parting with it. Helping their colonel's daughter sounds better to me anyway. In return, just promise you'll come back and tell me how the Purple Lightning's doing. I've been rooting for her ever since she hung it up to walk her own path. let me know how she's holding up, yeah? Deal. Can't say I know everything, but I'll be happy to share what I can. Eventually, Fee and Van managed to scrape together the needed parts to repair the gun, albeit from a less than desirable mix of sources. With Fairy having acquired her allotted parts, the group reconvened at the arms dealer inside the department store. Sylvie, who had been previously consulted about the rifle's damages, agreed to assist with its repairs. Van watched over the whole process and helped with basic tasks like polishing as needed. Eventually, well, would you look at that? Right back to the way it was. Ain't that something? It even has the same custom rifle muzzle she used back in her Zephyr days. It maximizes firepower and improved its accuracy. She really liked talking about that thing. I can see why. It's been customized in other ways too. The weight distribution probably makes it unwieldy to anyone who isn't a rifle pro. But Aida had no problem handling it. She and this rifle were a match made in heaven. No doubt about that. I'm glad we were able to get it fixed up for her. The Flame Eater couldn't have asked for a better pair of sisters. So, what are you planning to do with it now? That's a good question. How would you feel about using it, Fairy? I don't think a rifle of this size would suit me, to be honest. Aida once told me to remain true to my own style. I don't think I'd be honoring her if I changed mine to adapt to her weapon. Figured you'd say something like that. It doesn't fit mine either. I have a better idea. How about we deliver it to the current members of Zephyr? Ah, yeah. I heard they reformed after the war. Yep. It's changed hands since then. Now it's being led by two of its former regimental commanders, Zeno and Leo. I'm fine with giving it over to them, but are you sure that's what you want? Yes, I've thought long and hard about it. In her final moments, Aida said the names of her Zephyr comrades, including you. I could tell she treasured her family there. That's why I want to return it to them. Okay, that works for me. I'll go ahead and arrange for it to be delivered then. Oh, how are you going to do that, Hermes? You do realize a civilian courier can't just waltz into Zephyr turf with a rifle in hand, right? Well aware. That's not what I had in mind. I know someone named Josette who owns a delivery company. Her people should be able to get it over to them without much trouble. Ah, I've heard of them. They're based in Libero, yeah? You sure know a lot of people, don't you? I could say the same about you. Yeah, no kidding. He got in contact with the courier, who happily accepted the task and got straight to work. Afterwards, she reached out to Zephyr, who were in a remote region of the continent, to give them a heads up. It won't be long before it's delivered, so can you stick around your base camp for a while longer? Sure thing. We had to kill some time before our next job anyway. A Jaeger's weapon is their very soul. We will take good care of it. The carefree voice is Zeno, and the low voice is Leo. The three of us fought side by side many times as regimental commanders. She is dearly missed. The Eisenschild told us about what happened to her. It's strange to think a part of her will be coming back to us. I'd like to think she's sharing a laugh and drink with the boss on the other side right about now. Probably stressing all about her little sisters too, the worrywart. Wouldn't shock me. It was good talking to you both again. See you around. Likewise, give our regards to Aida's other little sister. Sounds like she's gotten herself caught up in something fishy. Tell her to take care of herself. Well, that settles that. You must be one of the only bracers in the guild who keeps in touch with the Jaegers. We don't talk that often, but they reach out to me every now and then. Now that we've got that squared away, I think I'm going to drop by a cafe. Want to come with? I can share some stories about Aida and Zephyr if you're interested. Really? Oh, I'd love that. And I could tell you some about my people in our village. Cool. I'd like to hear all about them. He and Fairy went off to enjoy some tea and conversation.
いつかリーンたちにも会わせてみたいかな。
Sylphid Feather. Evasion plus 30. Ooh. Alright, one more side quest here. Oh, okay. He really did come. Not that I didn't trust Dingo at all. The name's Van Arkride. I take it you're Meld's editor-in-chief? Yep, that's me. Me and Dingo go back about 7 years. You told me a lot about you. Sounds like you were real busy over in Arasion too. No clue what you're on about. Thought there would be no reports about us being involved with it. There won't. The authorities are keeping it a secret. He's probably just saying that to get under our skin. Well, whatever. Not getting an article, so I'm not interested. I called you here for one of those 4 SPGs of yours. Nothing more, nothing less. The gist of it is that I want you to help me look for Dingo's notebook. Oh. What's this about? You suspect he had a notebook containing information he'd gathered as a reporter? Or more like as an information dealer? Both, actually. I first heard about it a few weeks ago, just before he headed off to Krail. I could tell he was chasing a dangerous scoop of some kind. So I jokingly asked if he had a will ready yet. Oh. And look at us now. It didn't really occur to me, not even for a second, that this would happen to him just 4 days later. He laughed at it at the time and said one thing to me. The closest thing I have to a will is my notebook. I've left it with a trusted source, so if anything happens to me, send out a 4 SPG about it. Wait a second. So this is a third memento of his, on top of the video and camera. We don't have that notebook ourselves, though. Sorry if that's what you were hoping for. Oh, I never thought you did, but I suspect you're the only one who could track it down. Dingo seemed to trust you more than anyone, so I suspect that's the way he wanted it to play out too. The authorities have got everything that happened in Krail down on lock, and Almada are dead and gone. So I can't imagine it'd have anything worth writing an article about in it to begin with, which means it's not worth my while hunting down. I can't just go and ignore his words about it. So here we are. I'll put up the money for you to find this thing. My last gift to him. So what's it gonna be, Spriggan? You gonna go find Dingo's notebook or not? Yes, I will. We'll take the job. You got anything else you want to share? Maybe he said something more about this trusted source of his, for example? Yeah. I remember telling him that was nowhere near enough info to find the thing myself. Only hint he gave me was that it's with people who know about as much about my past as you do. Way to pique my interest. I wonder what Dingo's past was like. I've only heard bits of it myself. How much do you know? Even less than you do, I suspect. I know he used to live in Messeldam before ending up in the capital 7 years ago. That's about it. Wait, didn't Dantes act like he knew him? Right.
久しぶりだな、ディンゴブラッド。 サルバッドでのあれはさておき、お前がメッセルダム界隈でケチな情報屋をやってた時以来か。
あんたがエンリケの下で若頭をやってた時以来だ。
Saying the two of them knew each other at length beforehand would be a fair assumption. Alright, we'll see what we can dig up with that info then. Good luck. Anyway, my break's over. I gotta get back to work on finding scoops for the festival. I'll give you my number. Just give me a call if you do find it. I'll wire you the money if you do. It could be my way of honoring Dingo's death. Got it. We'll take it from here. So, what's the plan here? We don't exactly have a load of info to go off of. Only clue we have is that it's someone that knows as much about Dingo as that guy does. That rules out Jack and Bermati, and Van, obviously. Oh, and Ren, too. Yeah, any information dealer is probably out of the question here. And so is anyone with as many connections as Ren has. The people like Nina and I know even less than that editor-in-chief does. Dingo is a very private person, and it went both ways. It honestly surprised me to see a gossip magazine reporter being so considerate. That's just how Dingo was. Jack Mermati and I tried not to pry into his past either, mind you. But something must have happened between Dingo and Dantes while he was still in Messeldom. He left the city after whatever that was, ending up in the capital and becoming a reporter right after. Don't know any details, but I imagine we'll get out of this knowing a whole lot more than we came in with. We're going to be unearthing what he tried to bury this whole time. All the burdens he carried by himself. You don't look like you're about to back down, though. I'll bet it's, Marielle. Ha, no way. A job's a job, and I'm nothing if I can't see this kind of shit through. But anyway, I can think of at least one person who'd fit the bill for this job that won't be a pain in the ass to meet up with. Oh. Not an information dealer, mind you, but she was close to Dingo. I can't be the only one who immediately thought of her. Oh. It does seem plausible that she might know something. Are we going to meet her then? Yeah, let's head on over to the Tyrell Times. Don't think a meeting with her will be all that hard to get as long as she's not out of the office. Right. Damn it. That bastard up and left us with the bill. Gotta be pretty sly if you're gonna be running the biggest gossip rag in the country. Well, it's the least we could do for him since he brought this to our attention. That was kind of a dick move, I will say.
よし、行くか。
Hey guys, good to see you again. Need something with the paper? Not this time. We came here to talk to you, Marielle. I'll give it to you straight. We're working on a 4S SPG involving Dingo and need your help. What? You are? What sort of request is it? Please tell me. To put it simply, you talked to Mel's editor-in-chief, Mr. Cunning? Dingo told me about him before, but I've never had the chance to meet him in person. He said he wants you to find Dingo's notebook? That's right. Do you remember Dingo ever talking to you about that thing by any chance? Doesn't have to be anything direct or explicit. Anything you happen to remember him saying will help. Actually, we didn't just talk about it before. I've seen that notebook with my own eyes. Say, what? How did that happen? As I'm sure you all noticed, when he was alive, I tended to barge in on him while he was trying to work and stuff. One day, while we were having lunch, I was asking for advice on how to interview people, and he was writing stuff in this black leather notebook. I asked him what it was, since I was curious. He told me it's where he jots his info down, both for his reporting work and info broker stuff. That definitely sounds like what we're after. If nothing else, at least we can now confirm that it's real. I got a little whiny and tried to get him to show me his notes, but of course he refused. When I got huffy about it, he kind of laughed and patted me on the head. I still remember exactly what he said. Who knows? Maybe you'll get a peek at them one of these days. Although, if I play my cards right, you shouldn't ever have to. Oh, wow. You must have already been preparing for what might happen to him in that case. If that's the way he was talking, then we could probably rule out him taking the notebook with him to Krail. The CID also apparently swept through his place and couldn't find any real material of note that he left there either. He had to have either given it to someone else to hang on to or stashed it somewhere for safekeeping. Which brings me to my next question. Can you think of anyone he would have left that notebook with? Or anyone who might know where it would be? Again, it's okay if you don't know anything definitive. Any leads you might have would be great. And just to be clear, I don't mean other brokers like Vermati. I'm talking about other sorts of acquaintances he had. Right, of course. Let me think. Based on what Mr. Cunning told you... Wait, could he have... You think of something? Maybe. I could be completely wrong, but I can't rule it out either. Basically, when Dingo was alive, he would sometimes cover the adult industry for Mild Magazine. He did. That's interesting. I guess that comes with being a tabloid reporter. What's the adult industry? Doesn't every industry have adults in it? It's code for grown-up stuff. Certainly more grown-up than his wannabe protege here, that's for sure. Anyway, one time I confronted him about it. You really have to cover such sexual stuff in your articles? If readers demand it, it's our job as reporters to give them what they want, plain and simple. Plus, it's a way to get information that can help shut down some of the nastier illegal places run by the mafia. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Say, out of curiosity, do you ever visit those sorts of places yourself? Huh? Only when I need to for work. Lately, I've been too busy to go to any places like that myself, so I've had to lean on one of my old contacts a lot to get what I need. Not exactly ideal when my job is supposed to be to report on things I see myself, but it is what it is. Fair enough, I guess. Sure won't hear me complaining about you. Complaining about what? Nothing. Nothing at all. Anyway, who's this contact you mentioned? She's a woman who operates underground, runs a handful of outlets. Pretty talented, all things considered. Your contact is a woman? Come on, Mario. Yeah, why does that matter? You gotta introduce me to her. It'll help me write better news articles. Yeah. Unfortunately, Dingo said it was too soon for me to be going to a place like that, and that was that. Looking back on it, there's only one part of town he could have meant when he said she worked underground, huh? Yeah, I think that one goes without saying. Not only that, I think I just might know the woman he's talking about. Never would have guessed those two had any history, but just goes to show it's a small world we live in. Certainly remember there being a business that fit the bill when we were down there. Does that mean we're going to the Blacklight District? Yeah, who knows if we'll turn anything up down there, but it's worth a shot.
その皆さん
She wants to come with.
ここから先は私もご一緒させてもらえないでしょうか
I don't know. Yeah, it gets kind of dangerous in the Blacklight District. Oh, I already know how dangerous it can be, believe me. But we're talking about Dingo's notes here. What's inside them matters to me too, you know?
まあいつかこいつを見せる機会があるかもしれない。そうならないよう努めるつもりだがな。
She does have a point. What do you think, Van? Alright, you can come. You did give us some valuable info, so it's only fair. But you gotta promise two things. One, you'll stay behind us down there. No running ahead. And two, you'll carry your own weight and help us out too. Deal? Deal. Thanks, Van. I promise you won't regret this. We probably will, but that's fine. Hmm.
何をするの？目的地に向かいます。
今なら寄っていきな。
何をするの？
ちょっといいか。
Oh, it's you. You know, I thought I knew you well, but I had no idea you and Dingo went so far back. Level with me here. You were the one helping him investigate Almada's illegal adult business, weren't you? Yeah, that's right. We must have worked together for, a decade, I want to say. We both had to keep it on the down low in order to operate freely, though. He and I had known each other since we were both up in Messeldown. That long, huh? Guess that makes sense. If you don't mind me asking, how did the two of you, meet? Oh, it wasn't anything special. He was a newly minted intel broker, and I was your common whore, making ends meet out in the streets. We had a nice little thing going. He'd buy information I coaxed from my clients, and I'd do him some favors in kind. He scratched my back, I scratched his. Huh. This is all news to me. Can we assume that Dingo hadn't started doing any reporting work back then? More or less. I will say, for an errand boy working underground, he had a certain naivety to him back then. Maybe because he was still so young. I had an acquaintance who worked at a local paper. I remember he was pretty intrigued about that side of things. I'll also mention it was 8 years ago when I made the move to Edith and set up shop down here. But before I left, he gave me some top secret information as a parting gift. His intel and his connections have been a huge help to me. Leave it to the lady killer to schmooze his way into the underground. He really helped a lot of people while he was alive, didn't he? That he did, indeed. Later on, after everything went down in Messeldown, that's when he ended up drifting into town. Personally, I was happy to see him make a clean break and get into a better line of work with better people. You never know what life has in store for you. Maybe the goddess took a liking to him and threw him a bone. Maybe so, yeah. Sorry to interject, but what happened to him in Messeldown? I don't know anything about that. I wish I could tell you, honey, but it's not really my place to say. That all happened after I left, so I only heard things through the grapevine. But I won't leave you empty-handed. If you're looking for his notebook, I've got some information I'd be happy to share. Really? You do that? Thank you so much. Just to clarify, we're looking for this black leather notebook you used to carry around. You've seen it before, I take it? Sure have. He'd been looking for a place to stash it away. I offered to hold on to it myself, but he turned me down. Can't blame him for being so cautious when he was going up against Almada. But I did hear him mutter about asking someone for help on his way out of town for a piece. That was 3 days before everything went down in Krail, for reference. Holy cow, what timing. Actually, now that she mentioned it, how did Dingo get to Krail? Do you have any ideas, Van? He had this tiny-ass car, but he never drove it all that much. He was always paranoid of people following him. Usually he took a train or a bus when he had to go out to the sticks. Probably flew a bit from time to time too. But I don't know what he did here. Same, we're talking about a guy who knew all their tricks by that point. He might as well have been just moving randomly. Sure as hell wouldn't take something as obvious as public transit, not when Almada had eyes everywhere. Exactly. I think we can rule out his own car too. That would have carried its own risks. Thinking realistically, he probably would have... Taxi? Giordano? I think the chances are pretty good our guy took a taxi. Sure as hell ain't cheap, but it'd have given him the lowest profile and the most flexibility. They'd blend right in on the road. Oh, good thinking. You might be onto something, Van. Taxis are pretty commonplace, especially for people heading out of town. Wait, Giordano talked about this guy that he had as a regular. And how much you want to bet that regular was Dingo? No way Almada could have been monitoring every single taxi running in Eden. So let's say he did take a taxi. What kind would he have taken? Probably one of those independent ones instead of a company taxi, right? That's an excellent point. Hiring a self-employed driver would allow him to chart his own course and movements. Sounds like you guys have your next lead. I have no idea who the driver could be, unfortunately. Maybe it was one of his friends. My guess is he had a driver he hired on the regular. Someone he could trust. That ring any bells for you, sweetheart? You know something? It actually does. I remember Dingo would sometimes hail a taxi to get to a reporting site. He mostly took one that had this black and yellow checkered pattern around the bottom. The driver was an eccentric guy too, from what I recall. Oh wow, that's really good info. Glad you were able to remember that. You said it. We'll have to look into that once we're done here. Anyway, thanks for the chat, mistress. I'll pay you back sometime. Yes, thank you so much. You have no idea how grateful I am. Oh, don't mention it. I owe Dingo that much. That said, you can always repay me by coming back here to play, you know. Don't forget that. But yeah, Dingo would tell me stories about you two sometimes. The punk-ass Spriggan and the newbie reporter he had befriended. I do hope you're able to track down his notebook. If there's anyone out there he'd want to inherit it, I have to imagine it would be you two. Thank you. We'll do our best. Sure as hell gonna try. Be a waste to just let it go after doing all this work for it. Taxi with black and... I know exactly which one that is. I had no idea Dingo was a regular in it. I see that car out by Central Station a lot. Driver's probably out for lunch right now, though. Let's check the food stalls first, see if we get lucky.
何をするの？
さあ出発すんぞ。
Oh, that car there has a checker pattern. That's got to be it. That's the taxi. Driver's got to be close. Let's sniff him out. Right here. Giordano. We love this place. Can't have real Eastern soba without the wasabi. How about it, brothers? Care to take a seat, throw one back with your boy? Sorry, gonna have to take a rain check on that. Got some stuff to do today. Oh, well, if it isn't a big boy with a cute girl hugging his arm. Never thought you'd ask me about that name and notebook. Wonders never cease, huh? Ah. Looks like we found our guy. So, word is you were scratching Dingo's back every now and then? Yep, I may not look it, but I used to run all over the Republic taking odd jobs on the down low. I was on this smuggling run once and bam, I bumped right into him. That's how we met. Must have been, 10 years ago? Dingo would have been around 20, I think. All right. So, do you know how we got tangled up with Amara back then too? Or how he got tangled up? Oh my boy, do I ever. That was what led him to ask me for help out of the city that day. I snuck him out just like that. He hopped on a bus for Krail, and that was the last I saw of him. In retrospect, I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have let his dumb ass do that. Wasn't your fault, Giordano. Don't beat yourself up over it. You weren't the one who killed him. It was Amara, not even. Dante's owned that, the shitheel. You're right, yeah. I heard he got what was coming to him at the old capital. I bet Dingo's laughing up there. I'm happy karma came around for the bastard. I hope it makes him feel better. He really regretted being the guy's broker in the past. Dante's really wasn't the same guy once he took over. Oh, I see. So that's his background, huh? Not trying to justify him, but Dante's used to have a good rep on the streets. He had a code and he stuck to it. And that let people trust him. No wonder he ended up so popular with how much everybody hated the head honcho before him. He got Dingo hook, line, and sinker. Dingo was his informant. Fed him the info he needed to bring the old guy down. Now, in his stead, we have this monster he built. Monster, huh? That does fit him well. I'm not too privy to what happened beyond that, so I don't want to speculate. So you're looking for Dingo's old notebook, and you think I've got it. Bingo. Please. May I please have it? He probably hid it in the car. Well, I'd love to give it to you, but I'm afraid I can't. Why not? Is there something he wanted done first? What, pretty boy say it was for your eyes only? Well, he told me to keep an eye out for this Spriggan guy and a newbie reporter. If anything happened to him, he wanted me to give this here key to whichever of you two I bump into first. Oh. But what is this key for? Looks like a key for a station coin locker, like you see around the subway. Spot on. He said he stashed it in the easiest locker he could find. I'm not sure what he meant by that, though. I have no idea which station it's at. Got it. Easiest locker he could find. Where would that be? Well, that about gives it away. Oh, could it be the one by Van's office? Probably. Let's head on back and take a look. Thanks a bunch, Giordano. Maybe I'll make it up to you with a joyride one of these days, when I feel like it. You just call me anytime you're plastered and I'll be your DD. Like the character.
行くとすっか。
どうしましょう。
Key we got from the driver probably goes to one of the coin lockers here. What do you say? Should we check what's inside? Absolutely. I'm ready. Okay, let's head in. Mariel and the others found the coin lockers tucked away in a corner of the subway station. They located the one that corresponded with the key they held, finding a black leather notebook inside. The group then proceeded to move to a quiet location in order to inspect the contents of the notebook. This is something, all right. I didn't get to talk to Dingo much, but I know for a fact that he was an outstanding man. Indeed, not just anyone could pursue Almada to the degree he did without backup. It was probably his way of making amends for the role he played in Dante's rise to power. These notes mention how the previous boss's family was murdered too. Even they didn't get spared. That's horrible. Such a heavy burden for him to carry. But that wasn't his fault. He couldn't have known that's what would happen. I can't imagine he felt like he could be in the public eye anymore after that. And that's why he took me under his wing, a good-for-nothing rookie. It appears he compiled quite a few notes about the ringleaders we took down in Arasion as well. Let's take a look. Viola. Female, age 26, originally from a minor noble family in the Caras region in the Central East. Her family fell into bankruptcy after Caras' annexation by Valis. Viola herself being sold off to a wealthy merchant so they could make ends meet. She soon fell into the hands of a criminal organization that was targeting the merchant. Though initially nothing more than a plaything and object of pleasure, she eventually managed to oust the boss and wrestle control into her own hands. Her brutal leadership reputation precedes her. When 2 years later the group tried to expand their influence into Calvard, they caught the attention of Almada. Conflict with them was brief, as they were quickly obliterated by Dantes, to whom Viola swore loyalty afterwards. As a consequence of her turbulent past, she's incredibly dependent on Dantes, which might be the reason she harbors a fierce rivalry with her fellow Melchior, their positions equivalent within the organization. Though the body of her needle gun was produced by Zect Arms, the full piece is not a part of their official lineup. Further research regarding the origin of her weapon is needed. Alexandre. Male, 35 years old. Born in the former Principality of Northumbria in northwestern Zemuria, he was 5 years old when the Salt Pail appeared, sowing chaos in his homeland. Him and his father, then protectors of the ruling family, fled alongside Prince Balmund when he tried to flee the country. Spent most of his childhood and adolescent years in the free city of Taslim. Trained by his father in the traditional military arts of their homeland, he served the former ruling family until the age of 25, though his life was soon thrown into chaos. His father and he were both ordered to retake Northumbria following the death of the Northern Jaegers figurehead, the current ruler since Prince Balmund's escape. After their assault on Northumbria's capital, Halias, they managed to seize and control the city for a time, acting as its effective government before being overthrown by the Northern Jaegers. This ensued a massacre of the remaining civilians in Halias, mandated by the crazed former Prince Balmund. Standing in opposition with one another, Alexandre and his father dueled to the death, Alexandre emerging victorious before withdrawing from the battlefield. Though his current whereabouts are unknown, it is believed that Prince Balmund was swiftly and secretly executed by the Northern Jaegers following his capture. Wandering from one corps to another, Alexandre was eventually scouted out by Dantes himself, and brought into a leadership position within Almada. Though outwardly austere and restrained, he's merciless in combat, sparing no one who dares cross him. His ultimate goal being the search for his final resting place, he has rejected any attempt at persuading him to leave Almada. Despite the mechanized gauntlets he wields not being part of their official lineup, it does appear that they were developed by Zect Arms. That name keeps coming up over and over again. Olympia. Female, 19. Little is known about her, although she allegedly hails from a remote village hidden in eastern Zemuria. Rumors say the entire village was comprised of heretical puppeteers who worshipped a doll made in the image of an angel. Thought to be an artifact of some sort, the doll was looked after by a medium. The village's gruesome customs mandated that those close to the medium were to be offered as sacrifices. Those sacrifices spared no one, not friends nor family, though soon tragedy befell the village, leaving Olympia and the doll alone to wander the continent after the demise of all they knew. Multiple records suggest instances of criminals being slaughtered when encroaching on the wandering pair. She was later inducted into the Gardens, the assassin organization, and made overseer of the Garden of Oral, though it appears she's been mostly left to her own devices after being invited by the other overseers, including Melchior and the Emperor. However, to guess, the incident that took place in her village led to her and the angel developing a psychologically interdependent relationship, resulting in her autonomy and emotional expression diminishing. In light of the crisis that's made the Gardens join forces, she may have a chance to reclaim that lost capacity, albeit an incredibly slim one. Gender, male, age over 150. In contrast to the known confirmed leaders of Almada and Garden overseers, eyewitness reports of him are few. What we know of him, the Garden of Rust's overseer, is that he's a very dangerous man clad in heavy armor. Much of the information about him stretches belief, including how he was supposedly born in a different time period altogether, over 150 years ago. If he was, he's said to proceed from the mythical Holy Iskan Empire, an enormous nation believed to have laid just across the Tien Shan and Ishgal mountains to Galvar's east. This empire is presumed to have vanished following a calamity 130 years ago. In its heyday, 9 groups served to protect the royal imperial line. Eastern sources indicate that he was a warrior who represented the Rahu, a tribe of white descent hailing from the west. I'm inclined to believe it's all bullshit. But in an age where immortals like the Lance Maiden can exist in Arabonia, I can't rule out the possibility of there being some truth to it either. Whether it's true or not, evidence might suggest that his armor and his strangely shaped battle axe might be artifacts. Considering his joining the Gardens and the stories claiming his immortality, this might be highly likely. On top of that, he's the primary suspect regarding the Eisenschild's annihilation in the outskirts of Krail, though I still can't state that for a fact. More information is needed. Melchior. Male, age 21. One of Almada's 3 pillars, and quite possibly his most evil and sinister member, he doubles down as the Garden's ringleader and overseer of the Garden of Thorns. Melchior's skills don't fall behind any of his artifact-wielding peers, being highly skilled in the use of the Orbital Net and being capable of infinitely spawning and freely controlling explosives. Beyond that, he also acts as Almada's main strategist and Dante's right-hand man and confidant, and possibly his lover. Though his past is shrouded in mystery, his origins might trace back to the same organization the Oathbreaker, one of Ouroboros Angui, also comes from. The Order of the Moonlight Horse existed since the Middle Ages, where the Oathbreaker sat among its top brass for the longest time before losing to Ouroboros and switching sides. He's an entirely different matter, and a major threat all of his own. Wrapping this back around, Melchior might have been a direct subordinate of the Oathbreaker before going on to take in the scattered remnants of that infamous cult. If that's true, that would make him something of a prince of the underworld. For someone as powerful as him to idolize Dante so much is nothing short of ominous and concerning, to say the least. Another thing that concerns me is him staying in Krail's vicinity following the Eisenshield turning into ghouls. Krail's not just some sleepy village with beautiful vistas. More than a touristic spot, it lies stuck between several forces working from the shadows. It also happens to be one of the few places in northern Calvard with a sizable eastern and central eastern population. Knowing the source of Almada's financing, actually, I'd rather not speculate any further. Dantes. Gerard Dantes, male, 34. If I let my feelings take way, Dantes could fill every single page of this notebook. There's not a night where I'm not overcome with regret, but this notebook is not meant for my personal thoughts. Most things I've come to learn about him and his life are at least a little eyebrow-raising. Him being a member of the DG cult before joining Almada, being related to Calvard's old royal family, perhaps even a direct descendant. The tales of his sword are equally as hard to believe. A gigantic blade of black and silver thought to be an artifact hidden by the royal family. This demon blade was the instrument with which he slew Enrique, Almada's previous head. Hard as these tales are to believe, their true purpose is to strike fear into the hearts of those who hear them, to make Dantes nothing short of the living manifestation of shadows and agony. Deep as the abyss and equally as alluring, his unquenchable thirst for fear is what draws many to him. Seductive and enchanting, it has earned him many loyal followers. But where does such unfathomable hunger come from? A new hypothesis surfaced recently which might finally explain things. Its source, however, is a little unusual, and I'm not particularly keen to take it at face value. But that's neither here nor there. The more pressing matter is his goal in Basel, and that him and the others might have been after something else. His true goal, I imagine, fear. The want and need to bring about true dread and terror to the masses. He wasn't able to achieve it, even with the help of a genius, but that will not put a stop to him. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his mission. Looking into this matter should take priority. Regardless, he sure managed to pull a fast one on me in Tharbat. I was distracted by that call, but that's no excuse. I should have seen through him much sooner than I did. But try as he might to stay one step ahead, I'll forever be hot on his heels.
例の記録方法は確保し、この手帳を残す段取りも固めた。ここから先は彼との真剣勝負。情報屋として、ルポライターとして、一世一代の大博打に出るだけだ。そして、もし無事に戻れたら、先ほどの仮説についても改めて確かめてみるとしよう。その前に、不器用な弟分のようなあいつや、先行きが不安でもあり、楽しみでもある後輩にどやされてしまいそうではあるが、それもまた楽しみの一つというものだ。
バカ野郎が。不器用なのはどっちだ?
Dude was totally nuts. How the hell did he find it in him to go that far? I can only imagine his love and care for others spurring him on to gather this much information. He was both a clever and kind man, and he wasn't just trying to make amends or settle a score. I don't doubt he genuinely worried for everyone's future. It goes without saying, but it's a true shame he was taken from us far too young. I'm so glad you two were able to find his notes. Likewise, it must have been the will of the goddess. Once Marielle collected herself, the party drove her back to the Tyrell Times. After reporting their success to Editor-in-Chief Cunning, they got back to work. As for Dingo's notes, once the contents were copied, it was decided that Marielle would hold on to the originals for safekeeping.
これにて終幕ね。
はあ、上出来だ。
報酬が振り込まれたわ。
An additional free time point. You okay, Van? Oh yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking. Is there something bothering you? Guessing the stories about the gangsters and Almada remnants are on your mind. Yeah, if Ramadi, Jack, and Kilika were all talking about them, then it's definitely worth mulling over. We heard something interesting while following up on Mr. Brad's case as well. Talking about how they were spotted in the Tyrell district, right? Oh yeah, now that you mention it, that is kind of worrying. Maybe we should drop by Tyrell just in case, you know? Not a bad idea. Can't hurt to check the area out again. We could probably rule out the busier parts of the district. Same for the area near the restaurant that's run by Heiyue. An additional mandatory investigation point has been added in the Tyrell district.
スケジューラーを起動したわ。何をするの？ 何をするの？
Fans group yes. Hi, Ren. A Spriggan request addressed towards both you and I. Something stinks real bad about this one, but I don't think it's just a prank either. Ronald. Thoughts? I can handle it myself if you'd like. That's fine. I'll lend you a hand. We've quite a few shared acquaintances after all. It's worth looking into. So, what is the request about? A retrieval. Something's been smuggled into the city via the underground and we're supposed to go get it. The route there is pretty convoluted and it looks like shit's been encrypted over and over a few times. Not gonna lie, this might be a little bit out of my depth. Lucky for you that I'm here. We both are perfectly suited for this matter, so let's cooperate and get to the bottom of this. After agreeing to work together, Van and Ren decoded the 4SPG. They continued gathering clues afterwards from the Orbital Net and the Underworld. Eventually, the trail led them to an attaché case. In the Blacklight District, of course. This must be what we're looking for. That was some tricky shit to figure out. They definitely didn't cut us any slack. I'll say, we had to follow the thinnest threads we could find just to get here. Had we not teamed up, this whole search would probably be dead in the water. They must have trusted us to find it in the end, though, if it was here after all. Well, let's crack it open and see what's inside. Van unlocked the attaché case and threw it open to reveal... What? Writing utensils and painting supplies? The hell's this stuff for? Nothing weird about any of them, just normal-ass pencils. I don't get it. Oh, it looks like we've also got these letters here. They're addressed to the both of us. No sender listed, but I can only think of one. Right. Grandpa Jorg. Beyond a doubt. Ah. Dear Ren. I realize I'm more than 6 months late. Before I say anything else, I want to congratulate you on your acceptance into Aramis. Time really does fly fast, doesn't it? Feels like it was only yesterday that you enrolled at Genis. You've always had that impeccable talent and appetite for learning, from your studies to your papers and everywhere in between. You may have felt at first that there was no point returning to ordinary schooling, that it was a waste of time for a mind of your caliber. But there are some things you can only learn and experience in those common places. I suspect you've come to realize that yourself. Now that you have a place in this world to call your own, it's good to spread your wings and spend time away from your friends and family. Although I only looked after you for a short period, I pray that you find happiness wherever your travels take you. Sincerely, Grandpa York. Yes, thank you for taking care of those kids and tidying up the workshop during your visit a year and a half ago. I greatly appreciate it. Didn't know what to get you to celebrate your admission, so I simply picked up some safe bets for a student your age. If you have no use for them, feel free to throw them out. I'll hardly be hurt. Don't be like that, Grandpa. I could never throw these things away. Still as he ever was, awkward and clumsy outside of his doll making, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Right, let's see what he's got to say to me next. Mr. Van Arkride. It goes without saying that you and I have done much for each other over the years. I won't dwell on that ancient history, but if I can offer one piece of advice to you, do not avert your eyes from the spirit you have within. Beyond that, please continue to guide and protect my granddaughter. I trust that you're looking out for her while she's in your periphery. Did he really have to write that last part? Not used to seeing him be so protective. Hard to blame the guy. He ain't seen you in years. Cut him a little slack, yeah? At least it's not just you he's being nosy with anyway. What did he mean by your spirit within, though? That's an intriguing line. Beats me. No idea what he was talking about, but that's par for the course with him. I mean, you know how he is. Guy just sees everything differently. One hell of a grandpa you got there, you know that? People say his dolls are beyond lifelike. They even have their own hearts and souls. Maybe that power lets him take a look inside other people's hearts all the same. He could be onto something. It wouldn't hurt to keep what he wrote to you in mind, whatever it turns out to be. Maybe, yeah. So, where is that old fart anyway? Any idea where he is or what he's up to these days? I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. He may very well have slipped back to his workshop in Crossbell by now. Or perhaps he's abandoned it and set up shop somewhere else entirely. It's so hard to tell with him. My master was like that too. Maybe being all cryptic and shit's just part of getting old. Maybe so. I'm happy to have heard from him at least. Thanks for bringing me along, Van. I'll have to return the favor one of these days. Hey, take it down a notch. You play with fire, you might get burned. Oh, you think I'm still just some little girl, do you? I'll be all grown up before you know it. In many ways, I already am. At least, enough for me to reach out and lend you a hand when you need it most. Just like you did for me all those years ago. He said, old man's right. This girl is growing up fast. Too fast, if you ask me. Sure, I'll ring you up if I really need a hand. Van saw Ren back to her dormitory and left the attaché case in her care. With that, the two went their separate ways.
また今度お茶会に招待するわ。おもてなし期待しててね。
はい。
よし、向かうぞ。
Alright.
雨と僕のものだ。ありがとう。
見たか、あの新作映画。
I'm just going to grab a drink. Alright, here we go. Oh, looky here. Huh? Isn't this usually locked? It is. Where does this alleyway lead? Down into the waterways beneath the Tyrell district. As far as I know, the only traffic this way sees is a maintenance team once a month. Now, I ain't an ace detective, but something's telling me this wasn't their doing. The handle's gone? This may have been done recently. No ordinary person could accomplish this with their bare hands. Perhaps they employed some sort of tool, or perhaps the quickest way to the bottom of this is to head in ourselves. This handle is broken too. There's no mistaking it. Whoever did this just yanked the thing clean off. Then they didn't use a tool after all. We're dealing with a freakish level of strength then. There are a lot of fresh footprints in front of the door too. Looks like we've got some huge ass rats to flush out. You got that right. Let's have a look inside. Heads up though, there's no telling what's waiting for us in there. Be ready for anything, understand? Got it. We should have time to stock up on equipment and items if need be. Oh.
よし、行くか。
いつも来てくれて。
生まれ変わったみたいです。出発いたします。そうですね。
さてと、
I can hear water running in the distance. There's a bunch of footprints here too. The prints outside indicated as much, but we seem to be dealing with a rather large group. Everything points to them being remnants of Almada and the gangs that served them too. Oh. Oh, no. Stop. Could it be an omen? Or is it reacting to a vestige of something? It sounded like that temporary flicker was what I triggered when we first met too. Just seems like there's something here. Yeah, Agnes, make sure the backup crew is on standby. We might need them in here at a moment's notice. There they are. It's all over. We're finished. It can't be happening. What did we do to deserve this? The hell's gotten into you guys? Who are you? You're here for a fight? I'm a Spriggan from here in Edith. Part of my crew's job is helping people who can't turn to the guild or the cops for aid. So, if there's something you need help with, we might be able to give it to you. Won't you at least talk to us? You're a Spriggan? I think I might have heard of you at some point. Now that I get a better look, you got some real babes with you, huh? Maybe they're doing better than we thought. Don't let them trick you. The only Spriggan in Edith is from Arkwright Solutions. The guy who kept going up against the beasts at the top of Almada. Now that you mention it. If they take us in and manage to get anything out of us... No, I don't want to die. Damn it. They're clearly not of sound mind right now. You've got to be on something. Oh. Those enhancement drugs. Oh no. It's Almada's enhancement drugs. Here they come. No! Okay. Die! Shit.
相手になるぜ。
この機は逃しません。ブーストがおすすめだよ。まとめてお相手します。
俺は悪くない。この野郎。
まとめてお相手します。やリセットさん。
こちらの番だ。こいつは効くぜ。俺は悪くない。まとめて相手だ。俺は悪くない。
Music is so good, man.
フィーバータイムだ。
全力で行きましょう。
まとめてぶっ潰す。
ここが攻め時か。好きにはさせません。
シャードブーストの後期だ。
遅いです。燃え尽きろ。リセットさん。
もらった。
バン様。
こっちだ。そうやぞ。
シールド展開。
好きにはさせません。
シャードブーストの後期だ。
押せ。フィーバータイムだ。もらえよ。リセット頼むぜ。
おまけ。
We don't do something to stop him from taking us in. Melchior and that armored guy are gonna... Figures. Their fear really runs that deep. Melchior's on the run, and we took out Auriok personally. Same goes for their boss, Dante. There's no one who can harm you anymore. You don't need to worry. So please, just let us help you. Really? Don't let them fool you. If they find out we betrayed them... Sorry, girls. I never want to doubt a cutie, but... if a fate worse than death is all that's waiting for us, I'd rather do the deed myself. What are you... Oh. Don't do it! Damn. Can't make it in time. Brunei. They're fine. They're just unconscious. Guess that's a rebound from using a power their bodies just couldn't handle. That's a relief, but what just happened? Give me a break. Timed your entrance perfectly now, didn't you?
つい先ほど来たくらいだ。
That damn desk jockey again. His aim was so precise. Thank you very much for your help.
礼には及ばんさ。それとも一つ貸しにしておくか？
This should be either a guild problem or something your side should have handled from the start. Your boss mentioned how these guys had slipped through the cracks of your cleanup operation. Feels like you did a sloppy job to me. Not at all. This was the most efficient approach to the problem. We performed a thorough cleaning of the major cities outside of Edith and drove all the leftovers here. We do have a Hercules unit standing by that we can send in at a moment's notice. But I wonder if we should outsource the work to you instead. Son of a bitch. All makes sense now. All of the fragmented information we gathered from all over the city did seem to fit together remarkably well. We never stopped to think that all of it was deliberately spread by you to lead us here. That's all this was? That was the intention, though whether you were able to follow the clues was down to you.
オラシオンではルールのせいで現地で直接絡めなかったからな。俺とお前とあいつの思い出の地。抜け書きされた腹いせとでも思うがいい。
I call bullshit. You ain't the sentimental type. Still, she's gonna be back in town tomorrow. And I know she'd give me an earful if I left any problems unsolved, so I guess I can help you just this once. You can really tell they go way back. Get a damn room, you wrinkly old farts. We'll help too, of course. Do you have any idea how many more of them we can expect in here? We believe there to be roughly 30. 20 thugs and 10 former Almada members. Damn, even got a breakdown. There are a lot of them though. We should contact the others at the office and have them come along to assist us. The two reserve members hurried from the Ark Ride Solutions office. As the road ahead forked, they decided to split their group into two, with Van and Kincaid each leading the charge. I see. These two teams should work. Oh, I don't even get to decide. We're with Mr. Kincaid, huh? Judging by his aim earlier, he won't drag us down in battle at least. Oh. I assure you that these teams were decided purely on combat balance. You can count on me to support you in battle, and I'll even throw in some old stories about Van as a bonus. What? Really? Hey, now I'm in. Hey! Maybe being in the other group wouldn't be so bad after all. I want to know his weaknesses too. You'll have to spill later. Can do. Can don't. I won't ask for anything that might count as a weakness, don't worry. But you're still up for anything that doesn't? We should get moving. We're short on time. As we agreed, Zeros and I will remain here. Contact me when you apprehend any of our suspects. I will see that they get to the CID. Thanks. I know we can always count on you. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Zeman. We'll need your help too, Zeros. And let's get this thing started. We gotta make for the other side where the two routes meet. Take in everyone we find along the way. Right. Understood. We've got this. This is a perfect chance to show off all you've learned under Van. Let's get to work, Team B. Prove you're better at this than he is. Got it. Damn right I am. This isn't a competition. Well, take care, everyone. Safe to you, Agnes.
あの調子ならば問題なく片付くであろうな。だがかすかに漂う隠れ家の気配。精魂な君ではしかと捉えきれぬが、一応備えておくとしよう。
Great.
おまけだよ。決めてバン。もらったわ。
よし上出来だ。
やったねバンさん。
チャージアタック使えるわ。
ほらよそうだ
敵を出し抜くチャンス。
これでも食らえスタンだこいつは効くぜ
もらったわ。
続けジュリスもらった
さすがは私ね。肩でもおもみしますか、ジュディス様。アーツが有効な敵よ。
バトルスタート。
ほらよせやそうだせやそうなんだチャンスだ先手必勝呪いぜくらいだ行けカトル
これは効くよ。これは効く。
ガンガン行くぞ
ここが攻め時かと。
ドライブ開始。
今です。
チャンスだ
やっちゃいなさい。慎重に参りましょう。
油断は禁物だよ。
覚悟を決めなせいダンダーライスレイダー任せたリゼット
ご容赦を。アクセスブートアップ。それカトル様。
チャンスだ
今です。この機は逃しません。
おまけだまこんなもんだろ
お粗末様です。
当然ね。
I'm getting tired and I gotta work tomorrow, so I'm gonna call it here. I'll be around tomorrow after work again, as per usual. Good night for now.